welcome to the Keyforge Premier League and a day full of Keyforge ahead. But I wanted to kind of pump in a little bit earlier than normal to go over some of the things that are going to be happening soon that basically you guys are in the mix for, and hopefully you guys will be excited for as you see. Uh, excuse me, I'm a little bit stuffed up from allergies today, so excuse my voice quality. But the first thing I wanted to talk about is this thing that you see right here, right there. The New Wave tournament that is going to be on May 22nd. We have basically a monthly tournament every month where that basically helps seed money for the next season's prize pool and stuff like that. 80% of it gets paid out obviously to the people. We keep 20% for basically prize support, and there is a random $75 luxury playstyle gift card that gets given out for that. That is donated to us by Luxurious Playstyle. So thank you so much for the continued support. They've been great and they've been doing wonderful things. So this event is we're calling a New Wave, and it is going to be a Dark Tidings Swiss best of one sealed deck where it's a semi-sealed deck, right? Because you're going to get 3 sealed decks out of the pool. We'll basically pull them up like we normally do, and then you will get to see your 3 deck lists. And then what happens is each of your opponents will get to look at your deck list, and you get to look at theirs. And then you get to choose the deck you think is going to be best to play against your opponent. And basically, you guys go to town in your best of one game, and the top 8 will earn cash prizes. The top 4 will win an invite to Season 3 of the KFPL, which, if you haven't heard, is a crazy huge sealed pool where you're going to get 5 decks from each of the 5 sets, 25 decks to look at, and you're going to pick one of each set, and you're going to basically play elimination for the duration of the season. So that is going to be amazing. And it's going to be super fun. So that's the first big thing I wanted to kind of get out and got on early for. The second thing I want to go on for, yeah, it's going to be nuts. It's going to be super fun. So the next big thing I wanted to get out there is I wanted to share with you guys the updates that we have had on the KFPL website. We were a little bit behind this season and stuff like that, but Vaughn has come through like a champion and updated everything. So if you didn't know, you can go to the CKM, the Crazy Killing Machine Network.co.uk, and there's a tab here, and as you can see, it's all updated with brand new things. But basically, the tabs and stuff like that are all redone, resorted, and redone. So we have league points where you can click on here and you can harvest and see how many league points that you have. These league points are basically as you place and you are doing well in our tournaments, you get points for how far you go, and basically these points go towards qualifying for the next season. And there is a secret prize. If you haven't started to find the clues, maybe you need to look a little bit harder, but there is a secret prize that is in the works for the person who does top this list. So even if you are qualified, it gives you reason to maybe play. Besides the cash pool, you are earning points towards this super mysterious, maybe not so mysterious secret prize. As I tease, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but there's a good chance you could figure out at least part of what it is, right? So with that said, league points, so they're here and they're available for you to use. So that's a huge thing for you to go look at. Another cool thing we have that is updated is the media tab. So this media tab has all the Keyforge Premier League, but we also have content collaborators down here. There is going to be a Call of the Week tab here soon. I think Vaughn might have got a little bit twisted in the idea that Call of the Week and Take That Smarty Pants are separate, but basically these tabs will take you to all the content that we've had throughout the season. You got Muffins here and the Muffins Twitch, but you can see they link you right into all the cool content that was made here for season 2, and that are gonna continue to be made. So so this is basically for live action stuff, and this is basically all our stuff. If you want to get to our Discord, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, all those things are linked in here now so that you can kind of get to them easier and quicker. And then Screech Bomb, these are the guys guys are going to be on later, a little bit later with me to do commentary on this top four. They do great work. They've been doing amazing things for us. They are definitely one of my go-to guys. So very excited to see that moving forward as well. And I'm excited to cast with them today because I haven't really got to cast with them. So this is an honor and it's going to be super fun. So as you can see back at the home page as well, you have, if you wanted to go back and look at seasons past, you can basically come into seasons past. You see how Kiwi was the Highlander last season. It has all the bracket and how the bracket basically worked out. And then if you click on the videos, it'll take you to our YouTube and it'll show you the playlist for season 1 for the most part. I think the actual finals and stuff like that are independent videos on the link that we need to get in here. But for the most part, you have everything here in English, and then you have the Italian commentary as well from Leo Lindsay and the guys over at the Italian network. So make sure you're checking them up as well. What's up, Lachlan? What's up? Oh, there's the Screech Bomb guys themselves with the heart and the woo. Yeah, I'm excited for this. But so these are web navigations and stuff like things that have just been recently done. Vaughn has put a lot of work into them, so hopefully you guys get to see this stuff and use it and get to the things that you want to get to. You see, we already have our season 3 tab started. You won't see anything under that just quite yet. But we're going to start to update this with people who have actually already qualified for season 3, and we'll move forward from there. So we'll see what happens with that. All right, so I could still hear Screech Bomb in the background here. Sorry, I didn't close those windows, but yeah. So anyway, that's the upgrade, the updates basically for all the cool things that are happening over here. Organizers, you're going to start to see this stuff get populated as well and stuff. Some of it, like I said, it's a lot of work for her, and she's been kicking butt. So I wanted to give her credit. I want you to give her credit by using these things and being able to find them and do them. But media tab, really huge if you're trying to find old content and stuff like that at this point. And we continue to just build a library and make sure that you can find all the things you want to from season 1 and season 2, and then moving on forward to season 3. So that is all that. I will again plug this event because May 22nd, it's going to be an awesome sealed event where you're going to get 3 decks and you get to basically look at your opponent's deck lists, you get to look at your deck lists, and then you get to pick a deck, he picks a deck, you play. Best of 1. It's going to be that simple. It's going to be awesome. So make sure that you guys are ready for that. Now, a little bit different from what we usually do to give us basically some prep time and stuff to deal with Harlans and things in the morning. Do you want to say hi? Come here, Harlan. Come here. Come here. Come say hi where they can see you. Say hi. Say
Hi.
say ready for some Keyforge?
Ready for some keyboard.
Yeah. Say you're gonna have a great day today. Say you're gonna have a great day today.
16.
He wants me. I bought him this bubble popper, and he wants me to make numbers on it. So watch the happiness he gets when you make numbers. Ready? 16. 16. Is that awesome? Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
All right, so there's your first Harlan bomb of the day. Harlan, Harlan, but that's cool. Lachlan says hi, Harlan. Can you say hi, Lachlan? He's looking at me like, no, not today. I'm not doing stupid human tricks. But anyway, so with all that said, what we did for the events and stuff though this time around is we did I made a video so that like the deck analysis and all that stuff is going to run. It's about 25 minutes in length. So, but it's not any different from when we do it live. The idea here is that it lets us kind of get ready for the predictions and stuff like that and get everything start to get set up. So I think I'm going to run that now, and that will take us pretty closer to the time. And then me and the Screech Bomb guys will be back for our picks and our ideas of what's going to be banned and just some like general chatter after they give us the in-depth talk through of the different decks that we're going to see in the first of 2 events today. We have the first event is going to be Dave versus Jfilipeg, and the second one will be Lorenzo versus Dammat, both promising to be pretty amazing games. I think and I believe that Jfilipeg is an interesting monster, right? Because he took down Shaka last week, which was unheard of because Shaka has only had 3 losses all the season, of season 2, and 2 of them were to Jfilipeg last week, and it knocked him out of the tournament. That's how real this tournament is, folks. Just because you're the favorite doesn't mean you can't get hit by Cinderella with an uppercut. And Jay was able to basically quell the bear that seemed unstoppable for a while with a great triad lineup. And Jfilipeg showing you that you can get it done with decks that maybe aren't at the top of the SAS points kind of grab, but at the same time, his proficiency in piloting his own decks has taken him a very long way, and a very interesting angle on the way he built his triad. And then you have Dave, who is a master of the triad. He's been a guy that I've been telling you got to watch out for in any event. You can never bet against DaveCordeiro. He is just a super solid player. He was here in the top 16 last season, got knocked out in the first round of it, and he's back making a statement this season. The only other person that's still here from last season is Dammat, who placed second last season, looking to take that title away from the Atlanteans. So in game 2, Lorenzo is the heir apparent to the Kiwi throne in Atlantia, but Dammat is looking to extract some revenge from last season. So should be a set of awesome games. And I'll go ahead and run this video and stop talking. And make sure that you stick around, because these are going to be some hot games today. And I will be in the chat if you want to chat some while the videos are going on. That's kind of the bonus for us, the SBO guys and me, is that we can be somewhat interactive with the things that you're saying to us while we're doing it. And we won't be distracted. So with that said, let's get to those videos. An affiliate of the Crazy Killing Machine Network. This is the Keyforge Premier League semifinals, as Jfilipeg looks to take down DaveCordeiro in Game 1, and Lorenzo looks to upset Dammat in Game 2. In this matchup, we're going to see Jfilipeg from the United Archons Prime and from the country of Portugal versus DaveCordeiro of Reap Out from the United States. Both people have an X2 record, where Jay won his division, was able to skip through and not have to play the extra game that Dave had to get to this point. But Jfilipeg did knock out the juggernaut Shaka last week with a crazy upset. So we'll see if that trend continues or if the Triad Master can find his way. So let's join the Screech Bomb guys and do some commentary on Jfilipeg's Triad.
Okay, so we're going to talk first about much improved Gnaw of the Subway.
So I would describe this as a kind of greatest hits of sort of miserable control-y mass mutation, because you have Eaton's Jar to start off with.
Your favorite card?
My absolute favorite card. Apart from possibly Infernus, which I also have strong feelings about, let's say.
Well, Infernus is there too.
Yeah, they're both in there. And you have Stirring Graves to bring back three times, as well as a Mark of Dis. So just...
the gang's all here. It's beautiful.
Lovely teaming up. And yeah, the triple Stirring Grave, I think, is the crucial heart of this deck, because you have so many things that you could bring back at the right time, right? So you've got an Infernus, you've got double Bone Iving. You have a Key Frog, which I think you could use multiple times.
Yeah, you've also got stuff like, can I say, like a Fandangle, which like more circumstantial, but could definitely be useful in, say, kind of key cost increasing games.
Pismire as well.
Yeah, even like a Rand Penny, if there's been some kind of shenanigans that have like landed it in the discard rather than your deck from being destroyed, could be a good one to bring back. There's a load of targets that are all really, really good.
Yeah, and so the deck is going to revolve around cycling through those as you sort of essentially munch through your opponent's creatures with a lot of creature control. You look at a Savage Clash, a Harvest Time, a Lights Out, and I think the most significant thing is the Pincerator.
Pincerator is not something you see very often. It is a rare, and it's usually not a very useful card, but in this deck it does some truly brilliant things.
Yeah, so you've got the Rad Penny for starters, but I think also, more alarmingly for your opponent, the Brabble. Because you put a Brabble down, it gets 1 damage at the end of your turn. At the end of your opponent's turn, it gets 1 more damage, and it dies on their turn, costing them 3 Ember.
We've also mentioned the Key Frog. Key Frog's a great one in that basically, unless your opponent can like return it to your hand or can like purge it or something, they've got one turn to deal with a Key Frog. Otherwise, it's going to go off and kind of give you a key. Also,
possibly not even then, because you've got a damage pip on the False Blessing, you've got a damage pip on the Lost in the Woods. So there's a fair chance you drop a Key Frog, hit the False Blessing for a couple of Ember, and then it gets pincerated out for the finish.
Interestingly, extending on that point, then you've also got a master plan with a damage pip on a mutant cut purse too. So also the ability to do that in shadows as well. If you put down that Key Frog and that mutant cut purse in the same turn. Mutant cut purse, of course, best card in the game. Two of them in the deck. The deck can't be bad.
Famously so, and I've got to assume it is that double mutant cut purse that has caused the deck to be banned 7 times in this competition so far.
The people, they're terrified of the mutant cut purse, and understandably so.
Yes, I think the only big weakness of this deck is the lack of speed. 2.5 speed, little bit of efficiency, mostly in the master plan. So you're pretty much gonna get the cards you're gonna get.
Yeah,
I could see a world where it goes wrong. Get early Stirring Graves instead of late Stirring Graves.
I would say that, but I think the thing that you've got here is you've got the consistency across all 3 houses, and that all 3 houses have things that you need. So, for example, both Shadows and Lost in the Woods both have ways of returning cards to hand. Dis and Untamed both have ways of dealing with artifacts in, say, Harvest Time and a Reclaimed by Nature. You know, you've got key cost increases in... You got key affecting things, Untamed with Pismire, Shadows with tons of things, Dis with the Brabble that we mentioned. You've also kind of got key sheets in sort of all 3 houses with Obsidian Forge in Dis, Master Plan, Key Frog in Shadows, and of course Key Frog himself in Untamed. Like, the versatility of this deck is maybe something you don't see at first glance, but can really, really do some work.
Absolutely. And the final thing I think is the Gambling Den, which is very fun, but I don't think this deck will play much.
I can't see the Gambling Den happening very often, no. And it's a damn shame that it's not, because I love Gambling Den. It's one of my favorite cards. It's a great card, but yeah, fun. Gambling Den probably not going to be played.
If this deck is played at all, which I wouldn't bet on.
No, I would not be. If I was betting man, I would not put my money behind it. Okay, deck we're going to look at now is Countess Bentactwiz Holmes.
And we're looking at some classic Kota with a little bit of twist, I think. Because firstly, we have the Dis, where you have 7 Dis creatures, Arise, double Gateway. And so you're going to have some pretty nasty situations where you wipe the board and bring back all of your Dis creatures, which is a huge problem. And then probably get a hit off the Terror as well, between sort of Charette, Shula, and Drumble.
Yeah, and some great cards to kind of like play, destroy, bring back. So say your opponent's on, like, I don't know, a good amount of Ember, you play a Shula, you steal a bit, you bring everything back, you play another Shula, you steal more, you then play a Charette and a Terror and make your opponent have a really bad day. Also useful kind of like techie cards as well. So like a Mind Barb can like swing a match. If you hit, like, you know, say someone's Martial Generosity, if you hit a key artifact, if you hit a TMTP, it can do crazy things to swing a game. And a Poltergeist, obviously, to hit those big artifacts like your Quixel Stones, your Heart of the Forests, and various other things.
Yeah, and the artifact control in this deck is quite high because you've got it in all houses. You have a Poltergeist, you have a Customs Office, and a Grasping Vines as well. And the Customs Office Grasping Vines combo is particularly mean.
It is, yeah. It's a great one, especially if your opponent has kind of artifacts of different houses. So say you've got a deck where someone's got like Fangtooth, Autoencoder, and a Transport Platform. You return all 3 of those, you're disrupting someone for like the next 3 turns, where they're not getting to use all their artifacts in the way they'd like to.
And they probably have to pay you to put them back down again if they want to do that.
They probably do, yes.
And you've got Snudge that can do it as well.
Ooh, so you do, indeed.
Extra mean. The Shadows is Coda Shadows, so it steals a whole bunch of Ember. You've got Triple Nerve Blast, you've got a Bait and Switch, you've got the Relentless Whispers, you've got a Dodger and an Umbra. So it's just going to take huge amounts of Ember away from your opponent. It's very handy, does it very well.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's maybe missing is like too much Protect. So you've not got that big kind of scaling Ember that if your opponent goes on a big bursty turn, but then with the kind of stuff like the Drumble with in the Dis, you're generally less concerned about that because you can kind of just like take that, go into a Dis turn, sort all that out, and then just keep kind of like chunking away at it with the Shadows.
Yeah, and there are a couple of other Shadows cards as well, and I think happy to see all of them. Oubliette is generally very useful. Purge, an annoying 3-power creature.
Yeah.
Pawn Sacrifice is good. Customs Officer, as we've talked about. Long Fused Mines just adds to the creature control on top of the gateways.
Exactly. And it's also, Long Fused Mines great because it's an Omni, can be used any turn.
Yeah.
The final house is the Untamed, and I think the Untamed is kind of conspicuous by its absences. So you've got no Hunting Witch, you've got no Full Moon, you've got no Nature's Call, you've got no Key Charge, you've got no Chota Hazri. Kind of like the hallmarks of Kota Untamed that you'd expect to see, especially this deep into the KFPL.
Yeah, so you've got to look at it and work out what it is doing, and it just has lots of handy tools, essentially. So we talked about the Grasping Vines, but I think it's the Nepenthe that's the real killer here, because we've seen it in a number of the matches that the stack has played that we've commentated on, including the quarterfinal, using the Nepenthe to bring back the Arise, just to get that second hit on a sort of gateway Arise combo, especially towards the end of the game, is absolutely brutal.
It is indeed, yeah. And the other thing I would say with this is there's just a lot of creatures that you really need to get rid of to greater and lesser extent. So, like, Halicore, great with a dodger, can really want to get rid of, like, Witch of the Eye, Dew Fairy, really want to, even a Big. Like, a Big Twig is something I've seen a lot more than expected in this tournament. It's never really a card I thought about a lot. But, like, Reap Stun a creature with a 7-power body is really, really good, it turns out, and it's been doing a lot more work than you anticipate.
Pretty handy. Ancient Bear, the ability to fight into something, Assault removes the ward, 5 power takes out whatever's behind it.
Or if it's just a little thing that's elusive, take out that like 2-power elusive creature like a Dusk Witch, for example, we've seen somewhat often.
Noddy the Thief, Tesmol.
Exactly.
All sorts of annoying little things.
Yeah.
The only weakness is perhaps the comically low speed at minus 3.5. Nothing to help you find cards, only things to add some chains. But we've almost seen Jfilipeg use that to his advantage at various points. That the fact that you don't go through the deck makes that Arise combo all the more powerful.
Yeah, it's something we've definitely seen is Jfilipeg kind of does that dance at the end of a deck where you'll kind of like only play maybe like a couple of cards because you don't want to flip your deck. And we've definitely seen them do that to great effect. And kind of having a deck with a few chains, having a deck that's maybe not drawing as much, can sometimes just help with that.
Yeah, you don't want to accidentally get the reshuffle and lose all the value. And here we have the Ice König des Funkels, or the Ice King of Sparkles, which is a delightfully whimsical name.
It really is. It's one of my favorite names, just because it's just like, it's such a cute deck that does such brutal things to people.
You have 25 Ember control, which is huge amounts. Starting, I think, with the Saurians, where you have a Tribute with 3 Ludos and a Scutum, so you're almost never getting that back, as well as double Gallum to just ramp up the key costs.
Yeah, it's a great one with like triple Ludo because like, the Tribute is the big focus, obviously, and I think like often we've seen previously kind of like creatures stacked up with massive amounts of Embers as a result of that. But even like just being able to like say Reap with a Gallum twice using a Golden Spiral and being able to safely have a bunch of Ember on that and not feel too threatened by that. Stomping to put Ember onto something and not feeling too threatened by that, all really useful. And even if you can't get those Ludos out, or if you're concerned that the Ludo's going to get killed, whack a Scutum on something, you're all right.
And I think the big flashy highlight is the Lateral Shift.
It is. We've seen that used to great effect in past matches. I mean, I think it pretty much won the game single-handedly in the previous round, being able to hit a Martian Generosity in a Jenka deck.
Yeah, just draw 10 cards, take out their big combo. And especially in this deck, where you're often getting into competing just to stop the other person from forging, it's incredibly powerful just at one point in the turn, just take out the answer they need and go, well, now you can't stop me.
Yeah, I've always said that in Keyforge, there's kind of 2 ways to win a game of Keyforge. You either win before your opponent can stop you, or you stop your opponent from winning until you win. And this is very much the latter. It's the kind of Keyforge I love to play, where you've got just so many answers in this deck that just mess with your opponent. And we talked about the stuff in the Saurians, but Shadow is obviously always great with the amount of steel it's got. Similarly, Logo is kind of like messing with key costs with E-Dies and such, and information exchanges. But finally as well, not just the Lateral Shift, which is great at stealing your opponent's card, Mimic Gel is another card that's basically, I'm going
Yeah.
to choose the best card on the board or the most useful card to me on the board and do it again. And great targets in this, whether it's a Ronnie Wristclocks, whether it's an E-Die, whether it's a Retagallum, all of these can be incredibly handy to hit with a Mimic Gel.
Very powerful. Or you can do it on your opponent and go, oh, you've just played an Infernus. Well, I guess I have now too.
Indeed.
The only thing I think that might haunt this deck a little bit is it seems very light on creature control. 4.5 is extremely low, and it's not the best tools to begin with.
This is true, and it's especially problematic when you have stuff like, say you've hit your Tricerian Legionary with a bunch of Ember, and you really want a way to get rid of it all. It's not got the easiest way of doing that. You might sometimes see that with a Lateral Shift, being able to hit like a board clear through that, but not always.
It's also the Brand as well. You can pretty much only stomp the Brand. So I think it's your only way to take it out.
I do believe it is, because Thorium Plasma is only enemy creatures, as I found to my own sadness many a time.
Javinda very slowly.
just Javinda just poking Bren to death.
And I'll round it off by noting the double Hawk, because that makes 3 out of 3 decks for this triad having artifact control of over 3.
It is indeed. I think this is probably the weakest artifact control of the 3, in that you've got, say, if someone has an Ettin's Jar in their deck, then you can choose Hawk and shut off the entirety of the artifact control. And if you then got, say, like an Alt Encoder, a Fangtooth, a Transporter Platform, other things that you'd want that Hawk to take out, you no longer can do that. However, if your opponent has some artifact controller, you can lateral shift it. Oh boy, now we're talking.
And now we look at DaveCordeiro's decks.
Okay, so deck we have here is the creature that screams at dreams. It rhymes, so you know it's good.
Absolutely, and we have it's got 8/4. We have some classic coda. Logos, Shadows, Untamed, so it's going to rush pretty quickly and steal a lot. And all of the houses do what you think they're going to do. So the Logos, huge draws. You have library access with a Phase Shift, a Wormhole, and 2 Neurosiphons. Just to draw a whole bunch. You've got
Wild Wormhole, worth noting, that's also a great card to have with a library access. And a strange gizmo sometimes can be troublesome because obviously you've got to be able to forge a key to get a board clear, but with a deck that has a Chota Hazri and a pretty good ways of getting to use that Chota Hazri, you can really quite reliably choose when to hit your gizmo.
Yeah, and then also just a bunch of handy creatures like Bat Drone, Novoy Archaeologist, Ganavin Alchemist, all just pretty consistent value.
Indeed they are. Especially with what is in the Shadows, which is double Speed Sigil.
Yeah, so because very consistently going to get a Speed Sigil on the board. And Speed Sigil has gone a little bit out of fashion since the advent of Worlds Collide. A lot of people worry that your opponent's going to get more value out of it in certain matchups. But I think you're going to get a whole bunch in this deck. And we've seen him play it pretty consistently.
Yeah,
you're
definitely.
Looking at Urchin, Noddy the Thief, Umbra, as well as stuff like the Nova Archaeologist and the Logos can be really big, and even sort of a Dew Fairy in the Untamed as well.
Yeah, definitely. And even stuff like, say, like Ancient Bears can be really good just to kind of like thwap down on the board, especially with a regrowth too. So you Ancient Bear. Oh no, it's only the first creature. Ignore me. Although if you would have got it down though, hit something with Ancient Bear, regrowth it back, play it again. I stand by Ancient Bear being useful.
Yeah, and we've seen that be some very big creature control because as a Kota deck, it's pretty light on creature control. But we've seen it take out some Warded Edis just from you drop the Ancient Bear, it comes in ready with the Speed Sigil. Assault takes out the Ward and it takes out the creature itself. And that's been really big in a couple of games.
Yeah, it's especially significant when this deck doesn't have the best creature control. Like, we're seeing a 5.1, and when you look through it, other than that strange gizmo, there's no kind of big kill everything card. You've got like a finishing blow, but something needs to be damaged first. You've got like Nature's Call, but it just returns to hand, doesn't really deal with the problem that well. So having that bear to just run in and keep punching things, firstly, thematically hilarious, but actually effective too.
Yeah, and so you're pretty much, if your opponent's trying to build a big board, you're pretty much reliant on trying to forge 3 keys before they can manage to get enough value out of it. And the Untamed is going to be very efficient at doing this because you've got the Burst, you have the Hunting Witch, you've got some Dust Pixies, you've got a Nature's Call, you have other things with pips on. But then you also have 2 regrowths and an Append Seed with the Chota Hazri.
You do indeed. The only thing is, like, it's kind of like typical of Untamed, where there wasn't much back in the day to do it with, but like the regrowths, you'd like a bit more of a way to kind of like kill things. But I suppose with the speed slash even further, like a great move could be Dust Pixie, run Dust Pixie into anything because it'll die.
Yeah.
Regrowth it back, Dust Pixies out again, Nature's Call it at that point, and just kind of have yourself a whale of a time. This is how good this deck is, that we didn't even mention it has a Too Much to Protect and double routine job as well.
Breeze past that as if that's not game winning a bunch of times.
Along with the Miasma too. So you can just be like to your opponent, oh, you want to stick on 8 Ember? Cool, I'm going to Miasma you. Dare you to stay on 8 Ember for a turn.
I worry that I sometimes come across overly dismissive of Coda sometimes. It's just because obviously it's very powerful. The decks consistently have a theme and all do their given task incredibly well. So it's just very straightforward. We know what it's going to do, and it's going to be hard to beat. Yeah,
the thing with Coda is it's been distilled almost at this point so well that you kind of have the 3 archetypes set up. Then you often see either Logos, Shadows, Untamed, or Dis, and it's some combination of those 3. And it's kind of very much like you see them doing similar things each time. And they're very like, it was back in the day where it was very set archetypes things had as well, and it has to be quite separate. As the game's gone on, has to become more integrated with each other, more synergy. Coda, the good Coda at least, is a lot more segmented.
Yeah, but absolutely still competitive.
So, deck we have here is Caruso Chef de U-Boots.
And yeah, this deck is notorious, I think, in the scene. It's been banned 7 times in this tournament alone because, well, you have 5 E-Dies and 3 Exhumes. So
yeah, that's you heard right. There are more E-Dies than the 4x4 in the E-Dies name. It is E-Die 5x5.
And yeah, you're just going to play that as many times as possible. Archive huge amounts of cards, mostly Brobnar, because it's Worlds Collide Brobnar.
Yeah, there might also be like an element of self-purge here, which is something that, like, in the British scene is quite a big thing, maybe not in others, where, for example, like, if you've got a Buzzle, you whack down a few Brobnar cards you don't want to be seeing again, just Buzzle them away to your purge pile. Similarly, may even Bornet's Touch Yourself. Unlikely, I'll say, on that one, but sometimes you might be tempted.
You're just kind of getting the deck down to being able to play an E-Die or an Exhume an E-Die every single turn, and having archived enough cards where that makes your opponent unable to forge.
Yeah,
because they just
great ways of you've got great ways of drawing cards too. You've got like a Tautar Vapors, a Daughter, a Zens, like just so many ways that you can just expand your hand and make sure you're just constantly playing E-Dies and constantly just buffing up that key cost too. Because when you've got so much in your archive as well, like every time you're playing an E-Die, your opponent's key cost is now like +8, +9, and it's just so hard to even forge a key.
I've seen this deck a few times be like 30 for a key. Just makes it absolutely impossible. Another fun thing that you have is the Neutron Shark plus the Reassembling Automaton.
Yeah.
So that serves as very good board control and artifact control.
Yeah, the only kind of non-bow with that is that if you are kind of like thinning down your deck as much as we kind of said that you're much more likely to hit another Logos card off that Neutron Shark. So you might not be getting like some sort of Neutron Shark, you're kind of like 4, 5, 6 activations. This one, you're probably more likely to get like 1 or 2, I would say.
Yeah. So it also becomes risky as well, because you don't want to discard an E-Die in a way that might ruin your cunning plan. But yeah, deck's very good.
The tech is indeed excellent. It's a tech that is definitely rightly feared and has been banned multiple times. And it's the kind of deck that I would come up against and just be like, it's just so oppressive to play against. You just sit there going like, I don't know what to do here. Everything I'm doing just is being countered. I can't forge keys. I can't get rid of these E-Dies. They keep coming back like whack-a-mole. It's just awful to play into, and I can certainly see why it's been banned so many times. So the deck we have now to look at is the Leader Who Laughs at Time. Another excellent name.
Just not for time. Laughs at it.
Clocks.
Yeah, so this is a sort of very common Mass Mutation archetype, which is huge amounts of removal and finding other ways to generate Ember. So basically, in the variant here is double Fangtooth Cavern and the Auto Encoder. So you whack those down, and once you get those in, we've seen it be pretty brutal and take apart some very strong decks. because you just cycle through your logos very quickly, and then constantly only really play the triple rad penny and the bow nithings and just steal huge amounts of ember.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. It's the kind of deck where, like, if you don't have artifact control, it's very, very hard to win against this deck, because it's just got so many ways of taking advantage of that kind of like free board space. So whether it's using like a cyber clone to kind of like purge your important creatures and then keep like a Zens in the middle to just kind of keep getting those big hands, whether it's, like you said, massive shadow steel. Like we look at the bone items and the rad pennies, but kind of thing where, like, if you're, which is what this may do, is like with also encoding, can kind of thin out your deck a bit, kind of like it means you're more likely to hit like really big things with a ransack, and you also got like a look over there to just return a bow knifing, or oh no, not look over there, that doesn't do that, but just gives you more steel.
Yeah, and also
pretty good.
Also a Seeker Needle to just accelerate the rad penny.
Mm-hmm. The rad pennying intensifies.
Yeah, so we've seen it where it plays 3 red pennies, Seeker Needles 1 and 2 get killed to the Fangtooth, just all go back in the deck. I'm doing that most turns. And a bunch of other removal as well, like double standardized testing, Savage Clash, Cyberclone. It's just going to eat up boards.
Yeah, it's another thing that I've kind of said before, but I'll say again, is that it's kind of got things in. It's got redundancy in multiple houses. So, for example, it's got the board clear in the Savage Clash, and then it's also got like kind of like a double standardized testing in the logos to clear the board. It's got and it's got stuff like, it's got kind of almost card draw in Untamed, whereby you've got double Niflate with a Troop Call. So you can discard those Niflates to get some benefit from the auto-encoder, Troop Call them back, discard them again, Troop Call them back, discard them again.
The poor ape is just in and out of the discard pile, never-ending horror, but is generating you quite a lot of card advantage whilst doing so.
It certainly is, yeah. This is the thing. It's like, even with without the rare pennies and the bone eye things, you've got 12 Ember Pips, so you've got a pretty good way of kind of taking some advantage of that card advantage by just kind of keep playing pips down, slowly getting your Ember up there until you can hit, say, a Key Frog to win the day with a Savage Clash. Or by, I think one thing you see a lot is play a Key Frog, Growth Surge it to make it bigger, and then smash it to bits with a Savage Clash.
Yeah, that will work very well. Or just take out normally with a Fangtooth.
That too, yeah.
Alrighty, so that was all of the decks that we're going to get to see today. I'm waiting on the Screech Bomb guys to come on, and they're going to join me for the live commentary of it all. And we've had a pretty good discussion going here in the stream chat, where we're basically having questions for a new player that is basically coming on the scene, and there's a lot of overwhelming questions and stuff that come with the game. So the idea is that if you're getting into the game right now, the best thing you can do is buy the newest starter set if you want tokens, because it's going to have the most up-to-date list of how they are, because some of the sets added features, like I was saying in the chat, with Worlds Collide adding wards and things like that. So you definitely would be better off to buy like a Dark Tidings starter set, and it would have all the tokens that you need for it and stuff like that. But you only need to really ever buy one starter set, and you can also just make your own tokens and proxy your own tokens. Also, if you are new and you are in the United States anyway, I've made these packages like this, where there's basically 12 random 12 random packs in a box, and as long as you pay the shipping for it, I'll send it to you for free. If you're overseas and you want one, you'd have to pay the shipping overseas. It might still be worth it, honestly, but I don't know. It really depends on how much they would charge for the value of the box and stuff. If you're French and in the States and you can read French, or you're just playing online and you don't have any reason to play live, I have two boxes of 50 plus or 100 plus French decks that have guaranteed like a bunch of 70 plus decks in it. I have 2 of these. Basically, I'm thinning out my collection because I had 600 plus decks, and I was like, I don't want this many decks lying around my house. So I made things to basically share with newer players and people who are looking to play like an ABR or something like that and just want to increase their library. Those French decks, if you're playing online, are absolutely, they translate into English when you put them into TCO or whatever language you're playing. If you're strictly online, those 2 boxes are worth every penny that you would pay to get them. I think I had them listed at $50, but really like I could let them go 35-ish each, as long as I'm covering the shipping on the box. My headset went down, so I don't care as long as I'm covering the shipping on the box. That makes me happy. So, with all that said, we're getting close to that time. I'm going to see if I can hunt down the Screech bombs and bring them into the mix here. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like we might even get a little bit of a later start time because Jfilipeg looks like he might be a little bit late, he says. But with all that said, I'm going to give the bomb guys a call so we can start to talk a little bit more about what's going to happen here. I'll get these guys online and get them ready to talk. As if they're ready, then they can jump in. If they're not, then we might have to wait on them as well. Oh, there they are. Let me bring them in. I have Baron with me at least. So, hello, Baron. Good morning over in England.
Oh, it's like 3 in the afternoon, mate.
It's actually
Hello,
afternoon.
hello.
Yeah. It's morning for me, I guess. I just got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but so we ran the deck evals already and stuff that we recorded earlier in the week. We have been talking about it. We have some new people that were asking questions. So
Wonderful.
So the newest starter set has tokens of previous sets. Yes, it's all in the newest set. Everything basically moves forward with Keyforge. So whenever the newest people join, like with the newest set, they're gonna have everything they need to play Keyforge. So it's a part of the beauty of the game. But how excited are you for today's events, my friends?
I'm pretty hyped. Although before we talk about that, I just want to note that the new decks you get in the new set, on the back of the Tide card, is a little definition for all of the keywords that you need for the cards in that deck.
Yeah, they went to a new formatting for their identity card, and Dark Tidings is awesome because like every keyword that you would have in your deck is on the back of that card, and you can now like see, and it explains to you in detail what they are. So every deck has a unique one to that. So kudos on FFG for that. I think that was a great idea.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good idea. So
yeah, I think the new style identity cards are just way better. I looking at it now, I'm like, why did you not do this from the start? This makes so much more sense.
I'm not much of a fan of the landscape.
Oh, what the landscape's the best bit, mate.
Oh no, don't like it. It's different from the rest of them. All the rest of the cards are up and down. Pretty much, it's probably just that. I feel like if it'd been that from the beginning, I'd be fine. Now,
when I was first asked about it by I think it was Brett that asked me. From Coat, he asked me, "What do you think of them?" And I was like, "I don't know. I need time to process." Because initially I was appalled by it. Like I was like, "Oh God, this is not right." But then, like after about 2 days or so of looking at them, I was like, actually this actually makes a lot more sense. A smaller, ID, like all this stuff is laid out in a straight line for each house, so you're not having like an overlap read. I think for when you're doing like the 2-minute quick process in the beginning of like real games, like when you're looking at the card, I think it's going to help with your memory, like as far as like how you're going to line things up. Because the overlap kills me most of the time. Like when I would be doing it, because like you just miss like a key card that's at the top of the page from a different house, like a Restiguntus or whatever, and you're just like, where did that come from? And it was just there, like
like I've missed grafts, TMTPs a lot on that, and it's just like
it's gonna be rough going back to IRL Keyforge play.
I can't wait, man. It's gonna be so good.
It feels like remembering what's in all the decks and stuff.
That's true, actually.
You get I only get 2 minutes at the beginning to try and remember all of the most relevant things.
Yeah, so like going back to real live play is going to be an issue for a lot of these people who've been playing online, right? Like because it's like all your shortcuts are gone now, and like we're back to playing some like serious like mental ninja warrior type things.
Yeah, it's the biggest one's not being able to look at what's left in my deck. I think that's the one that like I do that so much playing online. It's just kind of like constantly clicking, see what's left, see like what. And like not being able to do that is going to be just it's going to be torture.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of the speed of the online game too, right? That's why, like, when we first started doing timers for these events, like people would be like, you can't make it 35 minutes around. That's like too slow. And I'm like, online shortcuts so much for you. Like it takes so much of that time out. Like you don't have to shuffle, you don't have to do any of this stuff. So like we've had a couple of times like things have gone to time. But speaking of going to time, did you guys know that for the finals game, whoever wins here and wins on the day here, for the finals game, we don't have a time limit. So let's have a walk down memory lane last season. If you haven't seen this game, it was a 3-hour game between Dammat and Kiwi.
It was pretty long,
and it was intense. Like it was the quickest 3 hours of watching Keyforge I've ever had because it was so amazing to watch the two guys go back and head back. So I think we're keeping that as the idea for this season too. I don't expect it to go that long, but
we definitely have some decks that could go long as well if. Say Jfilipeg makes it through. Some of them heavy on the Ember control.
Well, and the thing that it does is it lets the two people that have earned those spots to play their deck, right? Like they don't have to make shortcuts or concessions or make like wild gambles for it. And I think we truly get like the best person in the end. Last season, I think Dammat could have won Game 3 of that series of I think he made a couple of small mistakes and he's back again, so he has a chance to get to the mountaintop again, and this time maybe take it home, but he's not going to get there easy because he has to go through Lorenzo's heir to the throne or not Lorenzo the heir to the throne of Kiwi. So that game's going to be crazy.
I think both games today are going to be absolute bangers.
Yeah, I mean, judging by what we saw in the quarters, I don't think there was like it was kind of like the games went from like very good to incredible. It was the kind of thing like we were saying, I want to go say, oh yeah, that wasn't most exciting. Then we look back at it and we're like, oh no, that game was very exciting. It's just the others by comparison were just like so insane that you were like, okay.
Yeah, I didn't have to be like, oh my god, what is happening? I was just like, oh, that's pretty good.
All right, so for this event, I am going to give away a prize right here. One of my postal mystery boxes. Like I said, some of these boxes have like 70 plus SAS things in it. Like these aren't just trash docs.
Nice.
There's some nice docs, but there's a mystery box here. So if you could be the first person to answer in full my question of the day, and this is based off of the video that we just watched. So if you didn't watch the video, you might be out of luck. But I will give you a hint that you can still find the details pretty quickly if you know how to find the deck lists and stuff. But in Dave's deck U-boat, and Dave, you cannot answer this, and neither can J-Phil. So do not answer this. But in the deck U-boat, how many times in one run could you theoretically play an E-die? If everything was perfect, like you laid out all the number of E-dies that were there, and then they died, and you could bring them back or bounce them and this and that. What is the theoretically the highest number of E-dies you could play in one run of the deck? You answer that question, you win this box. It's a good question.
Interesting.
Right? 42. Ed, you are not right. 42 is the answer to everything in the universe, according to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and Douglas Adams. But in this case, you were not right. 8 is not correct.
I think I know the answer.
So I don't think Keyforge is in our universe. I think it's in like some kind of parallel universe or something.
It is in the world of the Crucible.
Exactly.
I know very little about, despite having played a whole bunch of this game.
I feel like sometimes FFG don't know that much about it either. The law's always been very loose, which I quite enjoy about it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. So 8 is not the correct answer. So the first person to post the right answer, and I'll tell you why.
I assume
I need to look at this now because
I know what it is, but I'm going to refrain from.
So you agree with me that it's not 8 then?
I don't think it is 8 now.
Okay. No, I get you. Right.
Yep. Yeah. There's a trick.
Yeah, there is.
But
okay.
But this is just to show how lucrative the amount of E-dies you could play. 13
Yeah.
is correct, Ed. You got there
Yeah,
just
I'd
before
like to say-
George.
You want to look really carefully at the Brobnar. That's what you need to look at. The secret's in the Brobnar.
Well, George came in right behind Oodaluk,
Ooh,
so
messes
but
it.
13 is the number I got. If you could prove me wrong, but the way you get there is you have 5 Edeyes, 3 of them would die. You could exhume 3 of them, and then you could Hysteria the 5 that are on the board and play them again. 13. That's over a third of the deck that you could play Edeyes. That's nuts. The card is crazy. Give it to George. Okay.
Yeah.
George, you in the box. I will send me your address and stuff. Postage is on me, even to the UK. So, congratulations on that, George. And congratulations on winning it. You deserve it.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna put a little bit of a bet out that I will not be seeing this deck get played today.
I am going to agree with you 100% on that as a far as thing. But stay tuned because there will be another box giveaway during the next segment when we do the Lorenzo Dammat game as well. So early birds, you know that it's coming. So if you want one, stick around. If you and the people who are getting here will basically get a surprise when I ask a random question that it makes no sense, and it makes you do a little bit of homework, right? So the idea is that we're at least thinking Keyforge and getting ready. So let me see.
Well,
Just a question from Sergio there. You wouldn't play them in dis, you'd probably play them the turn after you'd Hysteria them with the dis.
Yeah, it's just in one run through the thing. How would you, like in the maximum setting, how would you do it?
The only thing I would say about that is, I suppose you could still, it would be difficult to do it in the same turn because having Hysteria the E-dice, you probably wouldn't draw and would probably end up archiving at least some of the E-dice too, in most cases.
but this is a theoretical
This is
senorio where
yeah,
everything goes
you-
absolutely perfectly.
You'd still eventually play them, it's true.
Yeah, so in one run through of the game, there should be 13 would be the most that you could play in a perfect thing.
I thought it was in the same turn.
In the same turn, it would be 8 would be
5.
correct. No, 8 because you could be in dis Hysteria. No, you couldn't because you'd have to exhume. The
Yeah,
most
it'd
you
be
could play at
5.
one time would be 5. Yeah, it would be 5. It had to be 5.
Only 5 E-dice, not many.
I'm not looking at the list, but let me look. But I'm pretty sure 5 is the most because you couldn't do anything. There's no way.
God,
to
really,
count.
really is a
Casual
filthy,
5 E-dice, not problem.
really is a filthy deck. Absolutely.
That's gross.
It got played twice. It got played in.
In the same turn, you could actually play. I think
If you
8.
flip the deck,
8. 8 would be the maximum you could play in a turn if you like killed them all with like with a neutron shark. You got real lucky on that.
9 actually,
and
it'd be
then
9 in a perfect.
Tautar
situation.
Vapors and Igor, right?
Well, you get 1, 2, 7, right? It would be 7 then, because you'd get Tauto.
Mm, if you drew 2 off the Tau and then another 1 off the Igor after the reshuffle, I think 8's the most in one turn.
Here, let me bring you guys to an affiliate of the. Whoops, I haven't turned that off yet. So there it is right there. So what we're saying is.
Yeah, Sergio got there just as I was saying. Yeah.
You play 5 Edeyes. Igor would get you another one if you killed it with the shark, so that would be 6. And then the Tata Vapors let you draw 2, so you could theoretically draw 2 off of that and still archive. But you'd have to have a lot of cards in your hand to get that to go off. I don't know.
Oh, Sergio's right. Yeah, technically you could even get it. I suppose if you. Well, no, because you'd have to Tautar 2 E-dies. Even if you Tautar'd another Igor, it would just get you another.
Yeah, it's just 1
E-die.
Yeah,
you couldn't get.
See, this is the kind of math that people think of when they're looking at decks, and why they can be crazy and great.
It'll never come out in practice. Like,
no.
It's one of these things.
Yeah, so let's see.
And even if it did, like, what benefit would it do you? Like, you just spend your whole turn displaying E-dies and be like, okay, I've done nothing else, but I feel happy with myself.
The accomplishment. Just think of what you've managed.
It's like when you manage to play Key of Darkness and actually forge a key. You're like, this hasn't helped me particularly, but I feel good about myself.
I've successfully night forged a few times, and I think once I did legitimately win the game with a Key of Darkness, but it was from some sting shenanigans.
Yeah, and like, was it like would you have won the game without the Key of Darkness, or was it just like you won the game quicker with the Key of Darkness?
Probably would have just won the game quicker.
Yeah. So we are waiting on Jfilipeg. We told him not to rush to get home because he's coming off of something. He's at work or something, and so he is running a little bit late, but we will get this started as soon as we can. We're looking to get at least the bands in so we can talk a little bit about bands, but in your ideas, guys, between the leader Caruso and the creature that screams at dreams, does anybody not see Caruso getting banned? That's what I'm curious.
Yeah, Caruso.
Yeah, Caruso. I feel like
I just don't know what you do with this deck. Like I don't know how. Like it just seems like you just get stuck in a situation so quickly where you're just like, I can't do anything. I'm just stuck.
Okay, so let's look at
slowly losing.
All right, so let's look at the other two decks then, real quick. Unless you have some more to say about Caruso, because
No. I think it'd be good to look at the comparison between the three, and also look at Jfilipeg's decks. Actually,
right.
I'll get those up actually for my own benefit, because
I'm flipping through them as we talk about them. But like the idea here is like if Nor was going to get through, then I could see Jay taking it against Caruso, right? Like because of Eaton's Jar and like the value that it would have there, and it would do some work, right? But even then,
then you got the Neutron Shark, right?
Yeah,
so that jar is not gonna stick necessarily.
Yeah, but it's a fight though. Like it would be a decent fight. I think it would be a decent fight, but I'm pretty sure that Noir is going to get the can too. So
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's assuming Noah does. Then Ice Sparkles doesn't have a response to it really, and neither does neither does Pentactwiz. Like it just, if you have a deck with like Infernus's and like you say like with Netin's Jar, you can maybe deal with it and like slowly just get rid of them from the discard and do it. But
Pentactwiz at least has an Oubliette. But I think that's not enough. Like you get to the point where it's like you can envision hypothetical scenarios where you could win.
Yeah,
the ice king or whatever whatever
Ice King,
Ice King is like it does have lateral shift. But the problem is that Caruso doesn't really give you a value off of that is going to really tip your game unless you hit even Boar's Knit, like what is that going to do? Get you one EDIOA? Hit the Neutron Shark? Like I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like I think the thing is Pentactwiz, you've got the Oubliette, but it's minus 3.5 speed, so you're going to see that once or twice. It's not quick enough. No, I think you could possibly do it, but stuff like Pincerator kind of helps with that in that you are just like repeatedly kind of getting rid of E-dies, and so it's kind of like you're less having to actively kill them. Yeah, and you've got stuff like Lost in the Woods and Lights Out as well to kind of Key Frog too. So you can get rid of those E-dies and then hit a Key Frog and do it without E-dies on the board. So I think Nor could, but I just can't see Nor not being banned, partly because it's just a great deck.
And it's been banned 7 times already, so I think you gotta expect that's to be the most likely ban.
Exactly.
Both because of Eaton's Jar and because of the creature destruction.
I mean, Caruso's also been banned 7 times.
This is why I'm relatively confident in my predictions that I think it's just the right call. And whilst they could win a matchup, I think both of them are going to feel like they have much better chances against the other 2 decks.
Indeed, it's a tricky one.
All right, so what is the course of action then here? Then if Dave is on creature and leader. What deck is he banning on the other side? I think it's Noir, in my opinion.
I think so too.
I'd agree, yeah.
It just has so much speed, and like the Vault's Blessing here is disgusting. Like, I don't know. And then you have all the headaches as well. So like.
Yeah, and it's stuff like you've got the hard R to basically take out the stuff you get from Leader with the Fountain Caverns and the Autoencoder. Harvest Time is also a big problem for several of Dave decks, right? So the E-Die deck is going to have a problem. Leader trying to recycle the Rad Pennies is going to have big problems with Harvest Time. And all of this is like before you even get to the Eaton's Jar, which I think could just really set you back in a number of games.
Like two of Dave's 3 decks are all about recursion. You've got Caruso is all about recursion, and you've got Leader is all about recursion. It's all about kind of using that autoencoder and just kind of cycling through. And like you say, Harvest Time and Infernus and various other things that can remove things from a discard is so helpful at dealing with that I think you just can't let that happen if you're Dave.
Yeah, and you also have the Creature Who Screams at Dreams, which has hard R in the form of the strange gizmo, but obviously that's probably a once a game thing, maybe twice, but it's certainly not like an at will removal. So you can very easily have stuff just taken out with TMTP, like the Choda, the sort of thing that you really need to just close out the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I don't know, like these matchups are interesting. So like if we're correct in our banning, who wins this matchup then? Where are you guys going on that thought?
Now you're asking the hard questions.
Yeah, now this is where it gets harder.
All right, so my choice is my ideas here is that I think that I've seen the Ice King do some pretty nasty things. The deck is very solid, plays very well. I think it's probably the stronger of the two. So if that's the case, and I think that the Countess is the weak link, can the Countess beat one of Dave's other two decks? And I think that Countess is going to have a really hard matchup with the Creature That Screams at Dreams. I think the speed and the recursion of it and the way it sets up is really tough on any of the decks that Jfil is playing. So he would have to find a way to beat the Leader Who Laughs at Time, in my opinion. And that could be tricky because that's the value engine. But Jay does have artifact removal like some of the opponents that Dave has faced has not. So I think that Jay could actually squeak this one out. But
yeah, I think the artifact control is going to be key, and it's a thing that we've talked to Jay before, and he said it kind of was a conscious choice in having a lot of artifact control, and especially against Leader. Leader really relies on its artifacts. So it relies on having auto encoder out. It relies on having those Fangtooth Caverns out to kind of control the board. And it has these things that it needs. And the thing that Countess has is not only are you using, say, Grasping Vines to return them to hand, you're then having Customs Office down to say you can't play these back down very easily either. You just keep disrupting that value engine really well. Difficulty is, can he get to that quick enough? Is the question.
Yeah, like if he hits the turn one Customs Office, we've seen it wreck like a juggernaut, right? Like Shaka was like on a roll like no other, but that Customs Office is something he hadn't had to deal with, and the ability to bounce the stuff and whatever was also huge, right? So like that's an interesting line. Like
the Ice King has the double hawk as well, which is not nothing.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, there is a Reclaim by Nature, though, in Leader. So even if you get the Customs Office out early, if that then gets hit by Reclaim by Nature early, changes the game once more.
Yeah.
It's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. Like, I think all these games are so tight. Like, it's like picking a winner is really just like a coin flip. Like, you might be right, you might be wrong. And it really depends.
I can see that being the game that it comes down to is Leader versus Countess, if I had to guess.
So artifact control is important. That's what we're saying.
Who knew? Yeah. Some hard key forge takes here, guys. Artifact control, good to have. Tell everyone.
Look, I picked 3 decks with literally 0 hard R in any of them,
and you're not here.
And I did not make it to the top cut. So I think I really proved my point there. Whatever that was.
No points. No, but like with that said, though, like if you look at Dave's decks, right? 1.6, 2.5, and 1.5 as well. So we're seeing artifact control being on both sides of the house here. Some better than others, obviously. But again, we're just buying some time here for Jfil. He should be ready soon, as this is a little bit of a late start. But that's okay, because that means there'll be less of a gap between this game and the next game. So
very true, very true.
So
hopefully, yes.
So like, let me get a quick plug then again while we're here again. But we do have this monthly event coming up, the New Wave, May 22nd. It is a Swiss best of one. Player gets 3 sealed decks from Dark Tiding in a bucket like we do, and then you're going to review. You get to review. It's a semi-sealed because it's you get to look at your opponent's cards, but you get to look at all 3 of their decks, and then you get to go back and you get to pick one of the decks that you had and play it. So you get to basically play what you think is your best matchup against your opponent's. What you think your opponent might play. So there is a little bit of like some planning and idea, like flexing there. But should be fun. It's the $10 entry, 80% to the prize pool. You're going to get a random $75 luxury playstyle gift card. And since I'm the one that is going to be streaming it as always, there will be giveaways. So all in all,
Ooh.
it's been fun times, good times. It's been costing me quite a bit of money on shipping, but it does come out of my pocket. It does not come out of the player pools, just so you know. And I'm okay with that because I like the goodwill that is being fostered through people wanting to win things, and it gets decks out of my house that would normally just sit here and collect dust. So, and I feel bad. And there's some good, really, like I said, there's some really good stuff, especially in those two French. The French big boxes, the medium bulk, 100 decks, and I'd say probably like in each of them you're gonna get like 20-ish decks that are like 70 plus, I think. But because like my cut off point was for like most of my decks was like 80 or like 78 on some occasions, and then I kept my pet decks that are less, the ones that like I like, that like my Horseman deck is a 69 and my Doom Crag is a 68, like, but those are decks that have meaning to me. So, still stalling, still waiting to hear from them. So, all right. So, anything new on the market for you guys? Like anything in Dark Tidings that has been stellar for you? Like how's Dark Tidings?
I'm loving Dark Tidings. I'm having a whale of a time, but it's very much my vibe of kind of like just stop your opponent from winning until you can eventually win. So yeah, I'm making people sad with Dry the River. It's been good.
I got like at least one semi-decent deck that's like a Fangtooth Cavern thing with a bunch of the like stuff in Untamed that boosts power counters, right? So it's like Fangtooth Cavern, and they have two Reap or So, the Fittest, and a Genetic Drift. I think my current comedy record is like I made a 14 power 3 armor Chelonia.
Yeah.
No, it was good. Yeah.
And it was just like, well, that's probably going to be there for a while
until you get bubbles.
This is the thing.
So I've been told by my PR director that I have to boo you for the whale of a time comment. She like double booed you. So,
I mean, in fairness, I say that normally, but I am glad with the accidental pun. I'll take it.
I like it. We've got nothing.
But no, I think it's. I can understand why it's been quite a controversial set in that, like, it feels very different to previous sets. Like, this was a bigger departure from previous sets than, like, say, Mass Mutation was to Worlds Collide and Worlds Collide was to AOA. Like, the tide mechanic has really changed the game quite a lot, and that's been difficult for people to deal with, definitely.
All right, I brought in the Keyforge subject matter expert. Say Keyforge is awesome. Say Keyforge is awesome. No?
I mean,
okay, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win, Dave or Jfilipeg?
Dave.
Dave? Okay, you heard it here.
Bold call.
Harlan has decided that Dave is going to win this event. See how much he knows about Keyforge already? He's heard me say you can't bet against Dave, and he's all thing. See, Dave says you're smart. Good job.
Well, is this what happens? You invite us on to give our opinion about who's going to win.
Okay,
like,
okay.
We think Jfilipeg is going to win, and then you're like, oh well, kind of that. Gotta get Harlan in as a ringer.
All right, so we have the bans, and the ban from Jfilipeg is the Coda deck, which is the creature that screams at dreams.
Oh,
what? Okay, cool. So we got to shift. We got to shift here in the way this game is going to be played out. But on the other side, Dave's ban is the Ice King.
Okay. So we really did not predict that correctly.
That's wild.
What a craziness! Like, this game is going next level, trying to outthink your opponent.
Perhaps so. Either Jfilipeg thinks he can beat the 5e die triple Exhume deck, or thinks he can beat the other one twice with the two decks he thought he was going to have.
But if that was the case, you would still just get rid of Crusoe, right? Like, because you're not going to like a thing. But there's got to be something about Crusoe that he sees as a weakness with his thing. And then he gets to play Noir.
Which I think that could be a good matchup.
And that's what swings it towards Jfilipeg now, I would feel.
This is all over the place now. My brain is
fascinating.
My brain is shooting off all sorts of angles.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, they have basically made a rift in the thing. So with that known, like, who's winning?
I would put it. I think Jfilipeg. It'd be my shout now. Like I think that Noah is a really solid shout.
So
And
I can't go against my
yeah.
son's prediction though. He said that it was going to be Dave. I'm gonna
fair enough.
even though I love Jfil and he's my Portuguese guy, been since day one. Harlan has spoken, and I am 100% behind my son. So Dave, it is. I thought it was very emphatic how he chose Dave too. He didn't even think.
I mean, as a fellow Dave, it is a wrench to not support a fellow Dave, but I can't. I've got to be straight down the middle. See.
This also brings up the possibility of there being a matchup where one person has 2 Fangtooths out and the other person has the Pinsirayo. Which could be just absolutely impossible to have any creatures survive on the board.
It's just blood all over the table.
Absolute massacres.
I still have the Portuguese at heart, as you can see up top. See, I am Portuguese through and through. So Jfil, you're there hopefully, but Harlan picked Dave, so I can't go against my son. That was actually interesting because I actually fed Jfilipeg's name first, thinking it would be the one that he would go with, because sometimes that's how he goes, and he was still like, nope, Dad, we're going Dave. So he's really into the Dave pick, so we're good with that. All right, the guys are setting up the room now, so I think that we can head over to TCO and get this party. They've already blown my mind, and we haven't even played a card yet. Both of them trying to outthink each other.
I know.
Made ballsy plays. This is the way I'm gonna call that, ballsy.
This is. I really can't wait to just hear what the reasoning behind this was.
So in honor of me being with the Screech Bombs, I would like to do the honorary word of the day, and the honorary word of the day should be quackery, because that's what has just happened.
Fair enough. We've not had quackery before. That's fine.
I'll put it on the list.
It'll go on the list. Don't worry.
No honorary effort. We will have. Let's go on the list.
Quackery.
Other ones that I think we've had since the start of the KFPL, as we continue to wait, are aplomb, pedigree, kerfuffle, t'other, halfpenny, luciphone, consternation, shenanigans.
How many took us a look at shenanigans?
Quackery.
We say shenanigans a lot on this on all the streams. But it took a while to get on the last. But quackery is actually a book that my fiance has been listening to, and like when I heard that word, I was like, that's such a word for the Screech Bomb guys. I gotta save that one for them, because it's like a whole book about like medical like science and stuff, and like some of the crazy things that doctors have decided were legitimate cures that were absolutely insane. So quackery is a fun word, and I thought you guys would enjoy it.
I do enjoy that. That's an excellent word. Very much appreciated.
So in the nature. So we are still waiting on Jay to make his entrance, as Dave is waiting patiently. But man, I'm super excited. You know what? I think we need to make a Screech Bomb word of the day with definitions and put that on the site.
We should go. We've got a list, to be fair.
The problem is that we have to come up with one every day, as opposed to just when we have occasionally remembered to have a word of the day. Over all of our commentary that we've ever done, I have the full list, which is quite a few.
How many are up to now? I think it must be like 20-ish.
All right, Jfilipeg is here. This is where the commentary team is going to take over. I'm going to just be a third person, so I'm not going to try to bomb you guys too much. I'll let you do your flow because I love it. But they are here. They are ready. Enjoy the games. I'll be monitoring chat. If somebody comes up with something, I will whisper it in your ear. But you will hear me, but they will not. So I'm out. You guys are.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, 29 words or phrases of the day in total so far over our entire commentary career.
Gosh.
My personal favorite is still probably finagle.
Finagle's a strong one. I don't know. I'd have to look at the list to see my favorite. I'm not sure, but there's been some good ones.
We are starting off with much improved Nor of the Subway versus the leader who laughs at time. So
yeah, when we have Jfilipeg on the top of the screen, and we have Bizarro DaveCordeiro on the bottom of the screen.
Double Fangtooth versus the Pinsirayo.
Indeed, Jfilipeg will be going first. We're seeing a mulligan straight away from Dave, clearly not happy with his opening hand. Are we going to see one from Jfilipeg as well?
Twants and Muffins, this is not quite the first time Nor has been played. It's been played one other time in the entire tournament.
How did it go in that time that it was played?
It won.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But no, Jfilipeg keeping his opening hand, clearly happy with it, and we're going to see what he plays out of it that he was so happy about.
So they can hear me because I figured this would be too disrupting to you. But how interesting is it that Nor is the deck that counters Caruso? So if Nor wins here, it gets taken out of the loop. Does that favor Dave?
I don't know. I don't think it necessarily does, because I feel like it's if he gets the win here, he gets the win here. That's good. It's then just a case of, well, if Caruso gets a win, then we're still just down to those last two decks.
Also, I do have to note that presumably it was the double mutant cut burst in the opening hand. Best card in the game.
Best card in the game.
Get that opening hand. And we do have the Pinporator.
Yeah, we saw quite a fallow turn from Dave, though, just a troop call and discarding a Niflate just for the Ember, not much. But we are now seeing a bit more coming out here, as we saw a Rad Penny played and then immediately destroyed by the Pincerator.
Yeah,
so,
we've got to think the triple Rad
Penny
Penny.
play from Dave here, not playing too much from these turns, maybe saving up for something with a Logos turn we could be seeing soon.
I mean, he stole two.
True, he did steal two. Oh, look over there. Right, that's the second one. Okay.
But this string, he did it on his... I had to do it on his own, Francis the Economist, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to play the Pincerator with the massive Rad Pennies on the other side.
It's true. And I guess you're just thinking you're going to get more benefit from it with stuff like kind of stuff we mentioned in the deck chat, with the Brabbles, with the Key Frogs, with that kind of stuff. And you're just like, well, I'm going to get a benefit from this too. Ooh, Zenik is an interesting one. That kind of like means you're going to insulate things a bit more from that Pincerator than you would normally. You can Mark of Dis. And we've seen not too much logos thus far from Dave. We saw a couple of cards there, but we see it in a collection inquiry and a lot of cards drawn by that Zen, so we might still be able to see a good logos turn out of Dave here. But the whole hand being played by Jfilipeg here, so plenty coming out.
But 2 out of the 3 Stirring Graves getting back things which aren't amazing.
I don't know what you mean. There's a new cup that's coming back, yeah.
But the Shadowsmith also not that great. Not really what you would want. It wasn't a bow, it wasn't an Infernus.
We've seen Dave discards a QMX, discards a standardized testing, and reaps with a Zens.
And loses the troop call from the Purge.
So, interestingly, he does want the QMX in his archive for some reason. Troop call being purged is big. We've seen that used very effectively in conjunction with the auto encoder and the Niflate. So, getting rid of one of those could slow down Dave's deck quite a bit in a way that you wouldn't necessarily expect. I think this is what we're seeing here from Jfilipeg, is why he has to play that Pincerator, is that although your opponent has Rad Pennies, you've got them too, and you're seeing that benefit as well. And finishing blows take out the Zens, goes to 8, so Jfilipeg, first check of the game, I do believe.
Yeah, and recycles his own Rad Penny.
He does indeed. And we're seeing here, end of turn 5, both players already halfway through their decks, so some fast Keyforce being played by both players, no hanging around. But there we are seeing that Rad Penny come back again.
And here they come.
So yeah, Jfilipeg though still on 7. Is there going to be sufficient steel in Dave's deck to knock him off? I don't know if there is really here. I mean, unless you've got 2 more Rad Pennies, that or a Ransack. We haven't seen a Ransack yet, I don't believe.
Yeah, the bows won't quite do it yet.
They will not, because bows need to have your opponent forge some keys. Reckless Rizzo, unless you get something next to it, he does get something next to it with bow kniving. There's another Rad Penny. Will he have the 3rd? No, he doesn't. So we are going to see a key forged by Jfilipeg on this turn. First blood to Jfilipeg.
Does just knock both of those Rad Pennies straight back into the deck with the Pincerator.
Indeed, yeah. And they are going to just keep coming back around and around. And obviously, the thinner the deck gets for Dave, the more those Rad Pennies are going to come back too.
Reckless Rizzo sticking on the board as a potential.
We have our first key, though.
Too.
We do have our first key, very true. I mean, it's the kind of thing, all you need to do to get rid of that Reckless Rizzo, though, is take out either the Bonizing or the Francis the Economist, and then the Pincerator will take it out for you. If there's something in Jfilipeg's deck that can do that, that'd be great, but if not, could be problematic. We've not seen Lost in the Woods yet. We've seen one Lost in the Woods, so could get rid of it through that. We've got, even say, a Harvest Time, probably not going to use it right now. I could think you probably prefer to have, I don't know, maybe Harvest Time would be beneficial, though, actually, just to get rid of some thieves there, like Bonizing, just get rid of Reckless Rizzo.
Yeah, and you could
get yourself some Ember
so it'll
by
be
getting rid of your own.
A 3-3 split.
Mm-hmm.
But whether you want to give Dave 3 Ember and the key, I don't think so.
No, probably not. No, we haven't seen
depends
the
what else you
Eton's
got in
jar
hand.
yet either. Is the other
We've
thing.
not, which might have been what was causing this this pause.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, obviously, if you hit Rad Penny, it slows down Dave's deck, but Jfilipeg got a few Rad Pennies of his own, maybe doesn't want to stop himself playing them. Of course, it is a mutual effect. So, yeah. Here we go with the Infernus, though. Ooh.
Also, you've got to think, if you do play it and you don't pick Reclaimed, then that's going to happen in a couple of turns, probably.
And it's a Electrical Inquiry mug that's gotten rid of by that Infernus. We can see the Obsidian Forge being activated to sacrifice the Infernus. Maybe Stirring Grave?
Yep.
I've got to think so. Yeah, and there is a Stirring Grave. Taking out that Bone Ithing allows that Reckless Rizzo to get destroyed.
Pinserator just doing its job, munching through the board.
Yeah, but as I've said before, that we are kind of getting to the point where we're getting quite low on the old draw pile, so we're going to see those Red Pennies. But I suppose the Fangtooth Caverns as well is maybe why you have to play that Pinserator. You're thinking, well, the Fangtooth Caverns are going to kill those Red Pennies, even though my Pinserator doesn't. Like, these Red Pennies are going to die some way, somehow. I might as well get my benefit from the Pinserator.
Yeah, it's also just an estimation that your deck can play the sort of no board game better than Dave's, which it might be able to.
Yeah, I mean, they're both very good at it. But yeah, I'm just thinking, well, how many of these are... Could you check for me, Callum? Is autoencoder a location or an item?
Strong question. Autoencoder is an item.
This is the thing, right? So if you want to harvest time to get rid of that autoencoder, then you would have to get rid of your Pinserator and Obsidian Forge too.
Okay, Jfilipeg reclaims the Fangtooth. That's one of them gone.
It is indeed, yeah. Happy to leave that Vineapple tree there as well. And we are going to see a Pismire coming out here, a Xenobeast.
Doesn't find the Vault's Blessing, unfortunately.
No, and you got to think we'd have been very happy to see that. But I think Jfilipeg just like slowly creeping up with his Ember here. And Rad Penny comes out, dies back in the deck.
And a Seeker Needle as well,
all up in here.
just to make them be shot even quicker.
Indeed.
But with that Pismire sticking, I think it's advantage Jfilipeg at the moment.
It does seem to be, but how long can that Pismire stay around with kind of all of the shenanigans going on with the Pinserator? Becoming harder and harder to keep creatures on that board.
It's also worth noting that we have not seen the Reclaim from Dave. We have not seen the Eden's Jar from Jfilipeg. So they're probably both trying to weigh out the other one on that one.
Yeah, so if you're playing that Eden's Jar, what are you picking then? Are you picking Rad Penny? Or are you maybe choosing something else?
I think Rad Penny is the engine, right?
Probably, yeah. But if you've not seen that reclaimed, then I don't think that's going to make a difference. And I think it gets immediately purged. So I think he's going to try and wait until he's seen that reclaimed. But then Dave, I think, never plays it until.
I mean, it's difficult as well when you've got reclaimed of your own, and you're probably hoping to get rid of artifacts with that too. You might have even been tempted to hit the Reclaim by Nature with the Eden's Jar to keep your artifacts on the board, but then you can't then get rid of Dave's artifacts, and it's a
but he's
really interesting balance.
He's already purged one with the Reclaim by Nature.
He has,
so that's already limiting the amount of fangtoothing that can happen.
It is, yeah. That's a technical term there, fangtoothing. We are seeing a Cinder. We're going to see an Infernus again, and
just
what gets hit here.
Bone
Ithing, I feel like would be one of them. Maybe a Zen's, I could see. I'm not sure though.
Perhaps the Troop Call.
Troop Call could be a strong one. Bone Ithing, and look over there. Okay, so just trying to minimize the steal, minimize ways Dave can get rid of. And now we've seen this. We saw this before. Brabble. So unless Dave can bounce this Brabble away, it's going to take a damage at the end of Dave's turn and lose Dave 3M. But we do see the autoencoder here. He's going to Cyberclone.
Cyberclone's the Infernus.
So gets rid of that Infernus, but is going to lose 3 because of that Brabble being killed by the Pinserator.
Still no harvest time from Jfilipeg either.
There is not.
It's very much a game of who's able to take out the other person's stuff better so far.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Now that we have the autoencoder out, Dave's going to try and start the cycling much more.
I'm sure he will.
It feels like one of those old Clint Eastwood like showdowns in the OK Corral. They're just staring each other down, waiting to pull the pistol. I think they both have ready to goes, and who's going to flinch first is going to matter.
Very much so. Yeah, I think that it's the thing of like, at some point there's going to be a moment in this game where it suddenly just starts to spiral out of control for one player or the other, and I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to work out what I think that moment will be, but I think we're certainly kind of heading towards it where kind of both players now are getting through most of their deck. They're getting most of the things on the board, on that they want on the board. They're getting most things out there, and at some point we're going to start seeing what the master plan is.
Ooh, interesting.
For
Very well done, by the way. That's well done. Well played.
thank you.
So the master plan potentially does two things, right? One, it potentially hides your Eaton's jar for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Two, it potentially means that you can leave, bait out the reclaimed essentially for a little bit.
I mean, we didn't see the claim yet, so we are going to see. We saw some stealing from Dave, which 6 months 5, still not quite on check. Ooh, here's a fandangle.
I wonder if he has the Vault's Blessing here, because that could hit for a decent amount.
I maybe would have been tempted to fight that Cyberclone. He does have the Vault's Blessing just to keep that fandangle alive, but double Vault's Blessing that was as well, I believe. Oh no, it was a single one. I do apologise, but yeah, up to 10 for Jfilipeg.
Gives you a whole bunch of ember, and doing a very good job of keeping the leader in its place. Hasn't been able to get that red penny engine going.
But again, you got to think this deck now has at least 3 red pennies either in the deck or the hand, and they're going to keep coming back and coming back and coming back. You know, we've only seen 1 Bonithing thus far, I believe, as well. So a lot of steel still somewhere in Dave's deck, and Savage Clash going to get rid of a lot of that board too. Vine Apple Tree increasing the key cost. So we're going to see a Forge for 7 here, but
he puts him 2 keys to nothing down. He's in a bad spot.
It does, and I think the thing is, so here, like, I think Dave is just going to try and like get as many Shadows turns as possible for his deck flips now.
Also, potentially worth noting, he could have put the Eaton's Jar under the master plan just to drop it when he goes to check for key 3.
And this is, I think, that could be true. Yeah, hit the rad pennies then. He also might just drop it now. You know, we've seen the deck flipped. I don't know if the rad penny got in there before the deck was flipped, but if I'm Jfilipeg, I might just be like, look, I'm not going to get that much benefit from rad pennies. At this point, I know Dave is about to get a whole lot of benefit from rad pennies. I'm going to force him to take an Untamed turn to deal with that.
Probably just after he took an Untamed turn that wasn't great.
Exactly, and just say, like, you need to deal with my Eaton's Jar here, or you can't play your red pennies. And it isn't even just the fact that you can't play them, it's the fact that because you can't play them, you have to discard them and take a turn doing that. So we do see the red penny, we see lights out for the Ember.
I think we could also see like a blitz to the board with creatures, because at this point, like, a lot of his removal is out of the way, so that Obsidian Forge is a very serious win condition if it's not dealt with by that reclaim, right?
It's very true, yeah.
Savage
Clash Shadows from Dave. I think we see first red penny, second red penny.
Probably the third.
Are we going to see a third? Nope, just see Seeking Needle. Takes Dave to 7, so Dave on check here. And obviously those red pennies going back in the deck now. And this is the thing though here, like, Dave just kind of like keeping himself at 5 cards in deck by doing this. He's kind of slowing himself down, getting that steal, getting that Ember, just incrementing himself up, knocking Jfilipeg back. It's an interesting one. I don't know if it's gonna be able to do it quick enough to keep knocking Jfilipeg up, but we'll certainly see. We see Untamed from Jfilipeg here. Dark Fairy coming down.
Yeah, in the chat has also mentioned that the Key Frog is in the discard pile for Dave because
he got it. He lost it off the ransack. Purges the auto encoder, which is big, really going to slow down the cycling.
It certainly is, yeah, and then leaves it there.
Yeah, so Bruce.
Obsidian Forge is getting close.
He's looking.
Have we seen a Key Frog from Jfilipeg yet? I don't believe we have.
We saw it quite early in the game.
So it has been flipped in the deck. Okay.
Yeah, it's back in the deck.
Okay, I see.
Could also be a significant win condition.
It could also be under that master plan potentially.
I think he played that before he reshuffled, so I don't think it is.
Okay,
but I'm not 100%. I may be wrong. It's usually my rallying cry for this sort of thing.
Okay, so we see a Positron Bolt. We're seeing a Logos turn from Dave, which, not taking those Shadows turn, we've seen him be taking a lot.
It's worth noting they've both been holding Eden's Jar and Reclaim by Nature, respectively, for so long.
Mm-hmm. Indeed they have, but wouldn't you? I mean, I think maybe that's...
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I could also see this being part of Jfilipeg's strategy as well here, of just being like, well, I'm going to make you hold a card, and I can put Eden's Jar in a master plan, just keep you holding that Reclaim by Nature, and not using it on my other useful artifacts.
Yeah.
Just also worth noting,
true,
Dave has forged a key as well, so we are seeing it is 2-1 to Jfilipeg, but Dave's slowly creeping his way back into this game.
Yeah, he's going to have a handful of rad pennies right now.
Mm-hmm.
The difference here, though, is that Dave can put his into the archive. He probably did that with the autoencoder, so he's not being chained as much as Jay is with the Eden's Jar.
Well, it depends what went in there. This we don't know. This is
But I have a sneaky suspicion that the Eden's Jar is under the plan.
Harvest time. Get a perch. Oh!
And there's the Eden's Jar under the plan.
So
Yeah.
goes to check Eden's Jar, the rad pennies.
Yeah, but also Gabe purged all of his artifacts here. So I think under that master plan was Gambling Den.
Oh, so just something he didn't want.
Yeah, so I think
goes to 8 here. There it is. Yeah,
there's the concession. There we go. Yeah, just couldn't get around those rad pennies being sucked by the Eden's Jar.
Yeah, was just holding it until he could get to a suitable check for key 3.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, Eden's Jar. Block all of it. Block what? Half of his hand.
Yeah, maybe that. I think that's why Noah has been banned so many times, because it just kept Dave's deck under control there, disrupted his play, couldn't get the boot, get himself out from under that boot.
And yeah, just dropped the Eden's Jar at the precise right time, having held it for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So we might get to see the first time new feature that has been implemented into TCO thanks to Alex Shepelev from Team SAS, but we have a way to switch who goes first in game now. We don't have to.
Well,
we do. We can.
I for one enjoyed our 7 remake Overlords.
I mean, it was fun, but we can consider that going out on a high for constantly having to switch decks. It probably is better that we can now just pick. Yeah. Okay, so do you think we get a switch here from Dave or not?
I don't think so.
I mean, I always say mentally, this is the point where I switch, because I just think I've just lost with the deck. I want to play with a deck, especially in the case of Caruso, which I think is like my better deck, my deck I'm confident with, try and get a win, try and feel out my opponent's other deck, kind of see how they're playing it, and then kind of like I've got that experience to come in with like my maybe weaker deck and go like that way. But I know a lot of people who kind of just stay with the same one and say, well, I need to get a win with my weaker deck, and if I can't get with my weaker deck, there's no point getting with my stronger deck. So I can see the mentality of both, but I would switch personally.
It's always an interesting concept, right? Like what happens, like with people's thought process on that. But we do. And
we have seen a switch.
We see the Countess versus Caruso. So there was a
switch. So
okay.
On top of the screen, we see Jfilipeg playing Countess Bentactwiz Holmes. And on the bottom of the screen, we see Bizarro DaveCordeiro playing Caruso Chef de Uboots.
So
I always feel very Canadian saying
that. Can Caruso be defeated by the Countess?
I
Big question are when Oubliette appears.
Everyone's got a plan till an Oubliette appears.
How many Edis can he get purged?
There's been a couple of times that people have thought they could beat a deck that has been like banned every game, and they haven't worked out well in the majority.
No, mostly. I mean, yeah, Noah gets unbanned for only the second time in the tournament and gets a pretty decent win.
Yeah, I mean, I've written off decks before, and most famously, I wrote off Dammat's deck in a Heart of the Forest matchup and said there's no way a deck can win, and was proven very wrong. But I do struggle to see how you get a win with Countess here. I just don't know how you get around just the constant Edi replays.
Okay, turn 1 to Penseed is a good start to that.
It certainly is, yeah. Ragnarok, Shattered Throne, getting just some Brognar cards out of the way here. Pawn Sacrifice for the Ember. Shadow Self. Dodger. Some good cards to get down there. Dodger with Shadow Self next to it, always nice to have. Plays Warrior's Refrain and a Mega Groke.
Not two consecutive turns of Brognar is not what this deck wants to be doing.
I think just trying to get them out of the way, just kind of like get towards those big E-die turns. And I suppose when Jfilipeg's not on check is the best time to be getting that Brobner out of the way. And we are seeing some Dis now coming out here. And discards the gateway to Dis. Of course, does have a couple of them, so I'd like to see one of them coming around again later. Here comes the Logostone. Here's the first E-die of what will probably be many today. Second E-die.
And the second.
And a daughter.
Key cost straight up to 12.
Just a casual 12, a gentleman's 12.
Are we going to see an oubliette?
Ooh, we've seen Relentless Whisper to get rid of the daughter. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any Ember to steal on Dave's side, but pleased to play Switch, still no Ember to steal. Nerve Blast, still no Ember to steal. Not the best time. Then reach with the Shadow Self and fight with the Dodger just to get rid of an E-die. But yeah, difficult there on the Shadow's turn, using a lot of cards that you normally want to be sealing. But remember, getting extra benefit from, having to just use them just for kind of the base damage. Returns Pawn Sacrifice as well. Okay.
Could have been tempted to save that Nepenthe Seed, but there is a Neutron Shark floating around.
There certainly is, yeah. I think just like keeping those E-dies under control, trying to get rid of them as much as possible. I know you've got the Exhumes and stuff to deal with, but I suppose just trying to like just keep them in the discard as much as possible. Bornet's Touch.
No, that was.
And there's the Oubliette.
Oh, that's
crushing.
A crusher just maybe ends it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely brutal hit with the Bornet's Touch. I think your main way of fighting back against Caruso by purging the E-dies is just gone.
Yeah. Certainly a significant part of it, I'd agree. Yes, Real Sharker just in the chat saying can probably oubliette 2 E-dies. I'm just seeing clearly hasn't seen what just happened.
Yeah, could. Past tense.
Mm-hmm. But we're seeing a Shadow's turn being built up here as well, though. So we're seeing some Umbra, some Shadow Self, and some Dodger. So good cards to get a bit of steel on the board. Especially with a Neferu, how does that interact? Does the Neferu occur before the steel or after?
That's a very interesting question. I think it would be before. But it's just going to replay some of these disc creatures that he lost to the Hysteria.
Mind Barb hits the Mega Groke, not what you want to see being hit there, I don't think. Poltergeist gets to the Quantum Finger Trap and swaps the position of Dodger and Snudge. Want to get the Snudge next to that Shadow Self.
Just so we can keep bouncing annoying things.
Yeah, I mean, bouncing that Shattered Throne to hand, I suppose it is probably going to get archived by an E-die, but, you know, there's worse things to have next to that Shadow Self. Interesting. I mean, would have kept the Dodger just so you can keep fighting more things and getting that steal off, but clearly Jfilipeg having other ideas. Maybe we use the fight effect to return things, actually.
Yeah,
the fight an E-die and
also the Snudge makes sense because you want to try and stop him from cycling as much, right?
Mm-hmm. Also, Snudge good to return that reassembling automaton can be really troublesome, especially when you've got a board the size of what Dave currently has.
So just take his time. We're starting to play Logos things. He's got 5 cards in the archive. Keys are 16.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It's just how you're just going to keep seeing these E-dies. I mean, you're already getting to the point where your draw and discard is down to 18, and it's only going to get smaller and smaller as you keep using those E-dies to get rid of cards you just don't need for the rest of the game. You know, I'm sure you've got something like an Egon. It's probably in there at the moment, like a Groke's Brew. Just anything of yours, like, I'm not going to use this. And it's just never picking up that archive. But yeah, we are seeing some steal going on from Dammat. But once again, just nothing in Dave's pool to steal. Dave can play the long game here. He can take his time. So Logos is going to hit there. We see another E-die coming out.
Just absolutely relentless.
We have now seen all 5 E-dies come through.
But
no Exhumes as of yet.
There are 2 in the discard.
I think there are 3 in the discard, I do believe.
Why?
We see Neutron Shark. I imagine there's going to be a lot of hitting that reassembling automaton repeatedly, and we're going to see the board being cleared.
Yeah,
for Jfilipeg. But no, it hits the Zenic, so it only gets 1 hit from that Neutron Shark, unfortunately.
So 2 headers on the board, 3 in the discard, 2 Exhumes in the discard.
Oh, 2 Exhumes in the discard. Oh, you're talking about Exhumes, I do apologise.
Right, yeah.
We've also
I
seen
think
the
that-
Hysteria already as well. Is worth noting. Can be functional, but Jfilipeg having a bit of a think here. I mean, Longview's mind, you can take out one E-die, which we do see happen here. And we're seeing a Curiosity destroy another one. There's, of course, a Scientist, a Grasping Vines to return the Shattered Throne to hand.
A Curiosity, perhaps, could have been the source of confidence in getting rid of these E-dies.
Mm.
The problem is, I think he's still got an Exhume left, unless it's the last card in the deck, and it's been very unfortunate.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate for Dave, but I assume he just won't have archived it. That would always be the last thing that you archive. We are seeing Diz, and I assume we'll be seeing an Exhume here. See Spider first. And there is the Exhume, yeah, just to knock off that check. And we see that, like, all the while this has been happening, Dave's just been slowly creeping up to check, just kind of getting closer and closer, and we see like the E-die come in, increase the kiosk to 13, that archive of 7 cards. And this is the difficulty playing into a deck like Caruso. It's just that what do you do in this situation if you're Jfilipeg other than just keep hitting these E-dies, but you now flip the deck?
And every time he plays an E-die, he thins out his own deck and makes the overall effect of it better.
Exactly, yeah. It's a real tough situation.
No key cheats, so can't get out that way.
No Dysanias to clear out an archive.
He got a screenshot to send to the coverage team. Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, we'll see that later, I assume.
We assume we will. Yeah, we're going to see the Umbra fight, steal one. Use Nerve Blast, steal another one. Reach with the Shadow Self, goes to 13. So, still though, it depends. This could be a good window here. We've just seen the Exhumes go past. We've only just flipped the deck. There's every chance that Dave might not have drawn an E-die. We could see a key forged here for Jfilipeg. If we do, that could crack open the window for this game.
You have like a little bit of time immediately after the reshuffle where there's nothing in the discard to. Oh, sorry, there is now one in the discard to Exhume. But
so this is the quick screenshot that Dave had for us. It was his last Ivor had triple Exhume. So he wanted to share that.
Thank you for that. That is enjoyable.
That is very unfortunate.
There you go. That is the.
So Dave taken a bit of a think here. So maybe doesn't have a response here. Maybe hasn't drawn any die. Hasn't drawn an Exhume. There's every chance. I don't think he has any other way of. I mean, I say he doesn't have any other way. Normally, you wouldn't need any other way of dealing with this because you've got 5 E-dies and 3 Exhumes. But Jfilipeg may have found a window here,
and that's really what it's about in winning this match. It's just about creating a space where there is not an E-die appearing on the board.
The trouble is that you've got to do that 3 times, and it gets harder and harder each time.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just like this is feasibly what it looks like.
Oh, there's
an E-die. So key cost goes up to 14, so no key.
That's it. That and a reap. So, and I think Jfilipeg just has to keep on trucking, really keep taking out these E-dies, keep pushing through, and just kind of hoping to find that window. Goes for an Untamed turn, fights the Halicore, reaches the Jfilipeg, goes to 15.
Only drew 2 cards there, Dave.
He did indeed, and at least at this point for Jfilipeg, if Dave can only get 1 E-die, he can get a key here. It would cost him 14. So an expensive key, but a key
50,
nonetheless.
You'd archive another one.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it'd be 14, so it'd be 9. Oh no, 15. You are correct. I do apologise. That's an expensive key. That's 2.5 keys.
Yeah, and you do sometimes get to situations like this in these multi-E-die decks where it is better just let your opponent forge for some exorbitant price rather than risk them getting 2 turns or a forge at 6.
Yeah, so Jfilipeg thinking a bit here. I'm trying to see what he might be considering. Possibly Dust Pixie. I don't believe we've seen that yet. Actually, we've not seen all that much Untamed thus far from Jfilipeg. Dust Pixie could be about the amount of Brawl I've seen. But which of the eye being played? And also an Ancient Bear being discarded. Interesting. I'm trying to think why you discard the Ancient Bear.
I don't know. Are going to see an E-die, making his key cost 15.
15, yep. And fights the Witch of the Eye.
And we are going to see a key.
We are going to see a key, but costs 15.
Third 11. 15.
It's certainly expensive key, but a key nonetheless. Untamed is the house of Jfilipeg again here. Oh, wrong house. Untamed is not the house of Jfilipeg here.
It is a different house. He's going to switch to Dis.
Dis is the house of Jfilipeg here.
Big call. And a rise
house again and makes me look like a fool. So fights the E-die, returns the reassembling automaton to hand. So you're trying to clog up the hand of Dave, make it harder and harder to draw those things he needs, whether it's an Exhume, whether it's an E-die, Pit Demon coming down as well for Dis. Shaffle's going to be losing Dave, some Ember, and the Terror. Just getting a board here, getting plenty of things down.
Yeah, I think was wondering about Ragnarok when considering what to do with the creatures. So
yes,
that's one of the two board wipes. There's a Harbinger as well, but obviously that's much slower. Ragnarok is an out of hand board player.
Yeah, you've got to think though, like things like those may be the things you don't put into your archive. There's things you just keep handy, just keep ready, just to have it around.
Perhaps,
but this is an okay situation for Jfilipeg here. I think he's got the Snudge to keep returning stuff. He's got the Halakor to give that skirmish, so he can keep returning that reassembling automaton, get it stuck in hand. He can maybe do something here.
Yeah, you're trying to slow down the amount of draw that Dave gets.
Exactly, yeah.
To be like, well, at some point, if I keep putting things back in his hand, he's not going to
the Buzzle. That's an interesting one. And he's going to fight the reassembling automaton. Puts that in the discard, steals with the Pit Demon, reaps with the Shaffles. And he's going to play any cards here, though. Is he really just keeping it bored? Oh, goes for the Drumble. Get an extra thing on the board, get an extra bit of reaping. We can see Dis coming from Dave.
Perhaps an Exhume?
Hysteria.
Oh, boy. Oof. Yeah, I mean, that'll slow down your opponent as well. Is going to Exhume an E-die.
Yep.
So he's going to get some more draw.
Hits keep coming and they don't stop coming. And there's a Nephru. A Buzzle doesn't ready itself by purging its neighbor.
So I've got to assume we're going to see a lot of Dis creatures just reappear now.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, the Untamed, though, like, there's some good stuff on that side, too, that you might want to see coming back down, but we are going to see Dis, you were correct. And, yep, there's the Terror, first and foremost. Unfortunately, Dave has Ember aplenty. Yeah, and then we're just going to see all the Dis from the turn before being played again. I won't narrate the whole thing. But Snudge, I think, could be a crucial one here in terms of just being able to keep slowing Dave down, stopping him from finding those Exhumes and E-dies. But Dave going for the Logos, plays an Igor.
So gets through some more of his deck before the
you've got to think hit. You've got to think hit an E-die there because that was very quick. And playing a second E-die down. So keys now costing 30. That is 5 times the cost of a regular key. Here's a Neutron Shark. And this is the thing now here. You've got 12 cards in Dave's archives. Your deck is becoming so thin and so full of E-dies and Exhumes. It's hard to see how, if you're Jfilipeg, you're ever going to get a turn where you can actually get that key at regular cost.
Dave using Nephru and the Neutron Shark there to score a bit of Ember.
Mm-hmm. And we've said before with Jfilipeg's deck that it's Untamed is conspicuous by its absences. And it's in this circumstance where a Key Charge or a Chota Hazri could swing this game completely. Being able to use that Curiosity to get rid of the E-dies and then hit a Key Charge could be the thing that kind of wins you this game. And without something like that, I think it's going to be a real struggle for Jfilipeg to come out on top here. We know we're getting more and more into the point where we see sometimes we like some of the decks they play, so just kind of get the hooks in, keeps this cycle going and going and going, and you don't know how to stop it. We are seeing Dis though from Dave.
Stop the key with Untamed. We have about 18 minutes left, so we're approximately halfway through the time. We are going to see an Exhume of an E-Die. So he's committing more to the board now in terms of the number of E-Dies.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's trying to get as many things out of his hand as possible before the reshuffle.
And also just building up that archive as well is the thing.
Yeah.
Just putting cards that he doesn't need in the archive. We now see 45 is the key cost.
45 Ember.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to see
Oh,
Exhume.
no, it's going to be even
58. 62. I apologize. There's another card in the archive now. So it's 62 is the cost. And this, yeah, 10 cards in the draw pile is the other thing here. So Pit Demon's going to steal one. Drumble's going to reap. Terra's going to reap.
I wonder if there's a gateway coming here. There is.
There is a gateway.
And so he's going to rise.
And use that Drumble to get all that Ember off. Probably a Shula first to steal one.
There are 4 E-Dies in the discard pile now. So depending on the draw, with 16 cards left, not in archives.
I can't remember how many Exhumes have been played before the deck was flipped, but I feel like at least 1 or 2.
Definitely 2.
So this is in. I've got to think that Dave goes for Logo, so it must have an E-Die in hand. No goes for the Zens. Quantum Finger Trap. Daughter. Reassembling.
Doesn't have the
Jfilipeg has the second key. This
huge
is
huge moments there.
Huge moment. So Jfilipeg needs to get in the situation one more time.
And it's now
this is game over if he goes back and snudges the cards back to his hand because he can't draw. Like, so he does not have an E-Die here.
He doesn't, but he may have that Exhumes.
3
almost certainly has at least one, unless he's going very unlucky in all 3 of. This is the thing. He's only got 3 cards left in the draw. There's at least 1 more E-Die knocking around and 3 Exhumes. So he's got to at least have an E-Die or an Exhume at the moment. So I think that Dave is still in this.
That's a Band-Aid, though. Like, I don't think it ends the game. I think this is pretty rough. Because he can actually just, like, let the Exhumes happen and just kill the E-Dies, right? Like, if he just...
Yeah, I mean, also, at a certain point, Dave needs to make Ember forge keys. So he hasn't forged a key yet. As Drumble was held, I think, as well.
Jfilipeg continues to be just crazy.
Drumble was held. Yeah, I didn't even notice that with the charrette and the Shackles didn't need to play the Drumble.
Yeah, he didn't even think about it or do that because he wants to hold it.
Ooh. Okay, Shackle's going to fight the Daughter. Maybe Snudge fighting as well. I could see on the door to take it out and return the reassembling.
This is showing you the power of that Arise.
There we go.
And also just the slightly overcommitting the E-Dies just before the reshuffle.
The Zens, reaps with the charrette, reaps with the fights with the Terror to take out the reassembling automaton.
So, does he have an E-Die or an Exhume? Gotta think it's likely.
But
yeah, he has at least. He has one or the other. He has one or the other 100%.
Oh yeah, true. He has at least one.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to be able to play like 7 cards? No, not 7. Like 4 or 5 cards to even be able to draw at this point. His archive.
You've got to assume though that most of his Brobnar has been archived at this point. You know, so you Rock Grub to lose 1 with there. Buzzle, will he purge this Rock Grub? I don't think he will.
Feels like we've talked a lot about Dave, but not enough about how Jfilipeg has managed his deck to do this. We thought it was impossible, but he
neutron structure must have a second Exhume here, presumably.
Needs to get rid of some of these disc creatures.
And discards the Spider. Discards the Igor. And so that effect is going to stop now. So you got to assume a second Exhume in hand. Hysteria returns everything. Rock Grub again to knock him off with the Rock Grub. So maybe didn't have must have had had the Exhume, but maybe didn't have the E-Die.
Well, just chose not to Exhume an E-Die. Chose to Exhume the Neutron Shark to try and kill some things.
Yeah.
And to try and then move through his deck.
And there we go. Gonna use the Igor to get that last card off his deck. Can he get it below? If he can get it below...
Yes, he's going to Exhume an E-Die here.
There we go. Yeah, and that he's going to take there. He's going to allow him to flip the deck.
Oof, close.
But of course, those E-Dies now all in the deck, which means that I've got to assume Dave has at least 1 Exhume left in hand, although I don't think he would have done this because that's a very risky play.
Yeah, because we saw him discard 2 cards with a Neutron Shark, which were a Spider, a Quantum Finger Trap, and then Igor, and then which means that there must be an Exhume left in his hand.
I know. He destroyed the Quantum Finger Trap and a Charette. He just then discarded the Igor. So we only discarded the Spider and the Igor. But we are going to see Jfilipeg playing out his Dis again.
That Drumble hitting the table, yeah.
There's the Drumble, yeah.
Yep, it's just gonna get 2 more off the Terror.
2 more off the Terror. This is crunch time here. Obviously, so 21 cost with only 1 Eda on the board, and we're probably going to see many more coming out very soon.
But also, the thing is that the game has a clock on it, right? That Dave is on 0 keys and 1 Ember. He has to try and make some forward momentum.
He still has 13 minutes, though.
Yeah, but he has to try and forge 2 keys in this amount of time, which with that disc board is going to be problematic.
It certainly is, yeah. He keeps playing that Neutron Shark, though, to keep kind of knocking stuff off. Discards a Nefru to take out that Drumble. And discards an E-Die to halt the progress. The thing is, though, that what you got to realize with Jfilipeg, though, he needs to keep finding answers every turn to these E-Dies, too. You know, he's got to keep getting himself on check every turn. And it's no mean feat.
He's just going to try and bounce.
Bounces to Zens with the Snudge after fighting the Neutron Shark. Of course,
so has just been trying to use Snudge and use bounce effects to massively slow down Dave's regression.
Stopping him from finding answers. You have 1 card left in the draw pile, 8 in the discard, 3 of which are E-Dies. You just got to think I think just under half of the remaining cards in the deck are either Exhumes or E-Dies at this point.
Yeah. You might be locked out.
And I just don't know if Jfilipeg is going to be able to find answers every turn to what is happening here. Because we're seeing Exhume playing that Neutron Shark again. So he must have a second Exhume, you'd think. Just to keep destroying the board. Hysteria returning all creatures. Exhume, I know we're probably going to hit an E-Die here. There's the E-Die, yeah. And just with the archive of 17... I suppose the only thing here is you might just be running out of things to archive when you're playing your E-Dies. Could be the concern.
Yeah, but if we look at the discard, what we have left are E-Die. No, it's too late. Well, E-Die, it's like E-Dies, Exhumes, Zens, Neutron Shark.
And we're starting to see Dave forge keys here. He's forged 1 key. He's on check for his second. And now the problem here is Jfilipeg has to both find answers for the E-Dies and also answers for Dave forging keys in the same turn. When he's not got the fastest deck in the first place.
He successfully dealt with the dis board by repeatedly Hysteria and Neutron Sharking it.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with the E-Dies too, though, here is he can if he gets his hand thick enough and gets it set up right, he could always just pick up his archives, play 5 E-Dies, and basically reset his archives, right? So I don't think he can run out of archived cards.
No, but then if you pick up the archive, you then lose the draw, right? So you're then able to run out of E-Dies much more quickly because you never draw any cards.
Yeah, it's also just much easier then for Jfilipeg to kind of build up to that number of Ember, because you only need then kind of 10, 11, 12, rather than here where you need, 24 with 1 E-Die out. So yeah, Dave gonna get a second key, and I think this is where you just see that this deck is just kind of it's found its gear, it's just find its groove, and it's just gonna grind it out now. Just keep playing those Exhumes, keep playing those Pips, keep replaying those E-Dies, and just not letting Jfilipeg force that final key.
Yeah, because we're getting pretty close to the point where he will be able to just have Exhumes and E-Dies left. And
exactly, and this is the thing with Dave's deck is that we said we saw how hard it was for Jfilipeg to force those first 2 keys, and it only gets harder, right? Because you've seen 18 cards are archived from Dave's deck now. Half the deck is gone, and that's the half that Dave presumably doesn't want. You now just imagine you're playing Keyforge with a deck that's just 18 great cards, and
we're right to guess it's 12 Brobnar cards and a couple of other ones.
Yeah, I mean, probably 12 Brobnar cards. Probably, I imagine a Quantum Finger Trap is in there. I wouldn't be surprised. I imagine Soul Fiddle's in there.
Yeah,
Bornet's Touch might have gone in there.
Seen in a while.
Lilithal probably has gone in there at some point. Spire, I wouldn't be surprised by now. just
trying to think what the game would have been like if we could have oublietted at least one or even two of these Edis.
I think that oubliette like so early as well was crucial. Yeah,
Didn't successfully purge any Edis.
That was crazy.
Because there was a situation where he was down to his last Edi, and if that Edi hadn't been there,
well, at least we think he was.
Yeah,
we don't know.
He was so close in his when he was in his disc loop too that like if he had been able to purge one or two of those Edis, I think the game he could have won it in that loop. But Dave was able to break out because he has such depth with having basically 8 Edis on call. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. But Dave is going to go Logos here, so presumably going to get a Reap with this Edi. We're going to play the Zens first, obviously trying to get more card draw. Reassembling Automaton, that old friend.
Might see a Neutron Shark here.
We do indeed. Very astute of you there, good sir. Ooh, hits an Exhume, though, with the Shark. Probably not thrilled to see that going away.
Lol, whoops, is the comment there.
And some nice sportsmanship there, allowing Dave to bring back his Neutron Shark. Of course, the effect would have ended either way because just shuffling the Neutron Shark to the right side.
Making everything the right place where it was.
Indeed.
That's
not what the Automaton was, though, was it?
It dies when it moves to a flank.
Oh, of course, right. Excuse me.
And it's exhausted.
It certainly was, but that Edi was Awaken raring to go. I do believe. And there's the Reap. And playing out these Edis, going for 3 of them, but this is the thing here, like, we know that Dave's hand is almost certainly like at least 2 Edis and at least 2 Exhumes right now.
It is. It definitely is.
Yeah, unless he's had to archive one for some reason, but I think that's unlikely. Then, yeah, Jfilipeg's key cost is 63. Over 10 times what your keys would normally cost.
So it's just reached a sort of win condition where you're able to reap out every turn, take out your opponent's entire board with the Neutron Shark Automaton combo, and then always be able to bring back an Edi to make your opponent's keys impossible.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If you're...
Welcome to Caruso.
Yeah,
I mean, this is why it's been banned however many times.
Yeah.
Why it's like a Brazilian soccer player and has like is known by one name. You just call it Caruso, and everybody's like, "Yeah, we know Caruso."
Well, most keyboard decks are like most keyboard decks are like that. Yeah, we are very lazy in naming them.
A good point from Santa Cry Bear. Well, if Jay just makes 56 more Ember, it's really easy, and it's true. There, just needs
easy,
pretty simple. Two on the way. Good start. Here we go.
Swift Logic pointing out you can't Neutron Shark with no deck.
That's true, actually. Yeah, that's very true.
But
I think you can hit one creature.
Can just reap out here, as is the team name. And reach of the Neutron Sharks. Yeah, he's going to get one use of the Neutron Sharks to take out that Witch of the Eye, because it then does the discard after the effect. But I can't see this going to time, so I can't see. Plays the Downtown Vapors.
Yeah, and it's whether Jfilipeg can stop this now. Which... Oh, no, I think it's academic, if he can.
Yeah, probably going to run out of answers before the time ends. Drumble is in the discard. There's an Arise knocking about, which could bring back
the Gateway. There's a Gateway as well. Oh, Blind Barb's the Exhume.
Okay. That's one of them.
That's one of them. There's like 3 more. 2 more other. Uses Quantum Finger Trap. In a Gateway and a Drumble.
Okay.
Here.
Does he have the Arise?
Has a Charette to capture 3, so can knock Dave off check. Hits the Terror.
It's actually positioning well for time at this point.
Yep. So
Certainly
we'll
is.
see an E-die appear, either through the form of an exhume or through.
Yeah, or just
being
playing one,
played.
really.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And then that's going to increase key cost to just a casual 27.
So cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, you go, Logos.
Fine.
Oh, he's just gonna reshuffle and draw there.
Sorry, that'll be a 22 then. 28 rather. Sorry.
Read through the
Okay.
Zens apparently.
Yep.
It's handy.
Yeah, it was nice to see. Igor.
Yeah, to go and get an E-die.
Oh.
It's just silly.
And yeah, discards an E-die and a quantum finger trap, but I imagine it hasn't. There's your E-die.
Yeah.
Key cost of 28, 50,
Yeah.
2.
And redrew his entire discard pile again.
Yep. Yeah, it says now has no draw or discard pile. It's all in his hand. He's got the
five
whole deck in his hands.
The whole deck in his hand.
Sounds like a song.
Does indeed. So 5 cards on the board with the Zens nicely in the middle. Key cost of 52.
Jfilipeg, having to think here.
Just, is there any way out of this?
I think I'd just be crying, really.
Oh, I was weeping 15 minutes ago, easily.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes to time here, is the only thing. Is that Jfilipeg does have a lot of Ember, and he also has a lot of Ember answers. You know, we've not seen the bait and switch yet. We've not seen the Nerve Blast yet. You know, we've not seen Relentless Whispers come back around yet. So it's not like there's no Ember answers in Jfilipeg's deck. Thinking if you should dig or kill the E-dies.
I mean, that's the eternal question against Caruso, I suppose.
Yeah. And especially when you get to this level where you're just like, what's the point of killing the E-dies, I suppose, is your question here. You just know they're coming back around. If you kill 2 E-dies, you've got Tattletale Vapors in hand, most likely, to just bring them back.
Both of them.
Well, he's like less than a minute away, so like he's kind of putting himself in a bad position if he's not going last, right? Like so. But
and I suppose the only thing there is that not the best Ember control in Dave's deck. So if it did go to time, Jfilipeg's not in a weak position for it. But I think it's understandable. Like there's a lot to consider if you're Jfilipeg. He's going to go Shadows, Pawn sacrifice to Terror, and he's going to take out. And there is time. So Dave is going to get another turn after this. So I think if you're Jfilipeg, you just got to try and get as much Ember as possible and hope Dave can't catch up. And aside from Dave,
wish he didn't do that.
yeah,
just not happy about having gone to time, I think.
I think understandable. I mean, no one wants to see a game go to time, especially one. I have the win now. Oh,
Yeah,
bold from.
Like we'll see.
That's interesting. I'm intrigued to see how that.
Yeah.
Goes.
Also intrigued to see that he can absolutely guarantee the win, given there isn't a rise in a Drumble.
Well, time was on Jay's turn, so that means that he finished his turn. Now Dave gets a turn, and it's over.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But that's why I'm confused by Dave saying he has the win. I'm not sure how Dave could make enough Ember.
I think he means that he would have had the win if it wasn't for time.
Oh, right, I see.
I think he thinks he's reached a win condition point where he can get to enough Ember where he's not able to stop him.
In fairness, I kind of think that's true. Like, I think if this game goes for an hour, then I think that might be the case.
Dave, I need to pass to you 1 or 2 more times.
Yeah, it's getting to that point, right, where he's eventually going to have the condition where he can just reap out every turn. Yeah,
but it's a difficult one, though, because I think on the one hand, it's true, but on the other hand, like, I don't think either player's been playing slowly at all today. I think both have been playing at a good old pace, you know, and...
He was at a crucial point, too, making a decision, so, like, the thinking wasn't really a thing. It's just unfortunate there was a minute left when he started thinking.
Exactly, yeah. You know, I think, we're going to see here death by 1,000 cuts. But we reached 998 cuts, I think, and Jfilipeg may have survived Caruso.
Just ran out of time to grind his soul into the dirt with Edice.
Mhm. And that is the game. So slightly anticlimactic, but I do believe that means that Jfilipeg will be going through to the final 2-0.
Yep. Portuguese power storming forward into the Keyforge Premier League Season 2 final.
Indeed.
Long, arduous game. Like,
Yeah. So very well played by both sides, who clearly were getting up to the situation. In order to get Key 2, Jfilipeg had to pull off some elaborate shenanigans with the disboard and the arise and the gateway, which had to be very carefully timed in and around the end of the deck.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you're Jfilipeg, you know that this is a possibility, and you know you just have to keep playing to your outs, keep trying to slow down Dave as much as possible, stop him forging keys, keep getting yourself to as much Ember as possible, get yourself keys wherever you can, and did that and just kind of had to. It takes focus to do that. It's really easy to start making mistakes, to start kind of not thinking clearly, not really putting yourself, and it's easy to just kind of fuck up slightly when you are kind of playing these long games. Having focus for 35 minutes on exactly what you're doing isn't easy, and Jfilipeg did that excellently.
Yeah, and Sad Crowbear in the chat pointing out that they made it to turn 23.
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly, yeah.
They were playing at a rate of, I don't know, a turn a minute.
Yeah, it's a turn every minute and a half, just about. Which,
all right, I'm going to move us over
into
a chat scenario. So I added you guys to that room that we were in, and we're going to jump over. So nobody will hear you from this point on until you jump over. All right, so we're making a move over to the final game state here. This is kind of crazy, right?
Hi.
We got everybody, I think, except Z, because Z's not really here. Well, congratulations, guys, on a epic game. That was crazy. The banning process blew my mind to start with, so it was kind of interesting to hear your guys' thoughts on that. And that's my biggest question, honestly. And then I'll let the guys drill you. So start with you, Dave. What was your banning process thought?
Oh yeah, so this was easily the most interesting banning process of the league so far, because there was no clear correct answer on either side. If he bans Caruso, I think I have to ban Ice King, and then I think Creature might have actually been the correct ban for him. In which case I should ban Subway or Nar or whatever you want to call it. But either way, it was kind of close, just because there was a lot of polarizing matchups over there. So yeah, it was just kind of interesting that I think Creature was the right ban for Felipe to make, and he made it, so that's cool.
I'll level with you. I feel less bad that we called it wildly wrong now. If you're saying it was a tricky call either way. How about you, Jfil? What were you thinking?
So my process was so the first thing that made me try to find a way to not ban Caruso was maybe to get Dave out of to surprise him a little bit, because that's, if you don't play the deck, or if you haven't played against Dave with that deck, you won't be able to. You will look at the deck and just think, this is a ban. But what I thought was, I knew that Countess was not going to be banned, so I was trying to figure out which were the decks that that Countess would need to beat, and I think it's Creature, right? The Coda deck.
Yeah.
That felt like a miserable matchup, just because of the library access and too much to protect. So I Countess doesn't have a counter for that since the bait and switch errata, and I felt that maybe because Ice King was a good matchup for me against Creature and Leader, I thought that they would probably ban that, and so I call it much improved. The much improved more of the subway.
It is interesting that you were going based off of Countess, because I think that if you were going based off Countess, you probably should have banned Caruso, because I don't think Countess can beat Caruso unless it goes to time.
Yeah, time was a factor there, and because I never practiced with time, but against Caruso I practiced just because I feel it's a great deck for online, but on a time match, it can be so, because the deck reaches, if we continue to play this game, right now I would play a Rise, and you will just win. Like if we have no time, we just win. But what I tried to figure out was for 45. I played 45 minutes, 40 minutes timed, just to make more or less the time that we would play, because Dave will play it much quicker than my partner, my practicing partners. And I felt that if I had a couple of oubliettes, which I didn't have, that could be a game state where I might win it on time. Against Ice King, it felt like I could do it, not easily, but I would have an advantage there. Against Countess, it would have to be perfect. But I was trying to win against the other deck with Countess. That was the matchup I was more confident. And against much improved, it's hard for Caruso to win against much improved, just because of all the purging.
Yeah, I think I put that down as like 20% at most.
So we went to time for the win here. So like Dave, like being on the bad side of this, like the game seemed to go pretty fast. You had 24 turns, you kept going and stuff like that. How do you feel about the time rules? Do you have any comments?
Well, I mean, it would be interesting if it like took into account the fact that I was on check and he wasn't. But yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting if he had the tracker on just to see how that went down. But yeah, no, I mean, the time rules suck. I think everybody knows that. This is why we need chess clocks. And I don't think that there was any way for me to lose this game played to completion from this point.
Yeah,
I have to be honest. I think I agree with Dave there. The fact that when you reach time, at least for the first key, the key cost should be taken into account. It won't be perfect, but it's better than.
I think almost anything is better than the go to time rules at this point. But yeah, like it feels bad to get this far and like have it happen this way. But at the same time, you guys delivered a wonderful game.
I mean, there was the Vault Tour that was decided by time as well.
Yeah,
the finals of the Vault Tour.
Yeah.
But I think that the guy who lost quit Keyforge. I'm not going to quit Keyforge over this, but like,
I hope not. You have a game next week.
Oh, do I? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, the 3-4 game for the money. So it's a big one. Still have a chance to win some money.
Yeah, I know that people have used their hatred of time rules where it's affected what decks they brought to an Archon tour, because they just have wanted to bring decks that never go to that point because they.
Oh yeah, no. Here's one deck I really love that like is not viable to play at all in the current time rules, just because it gets to the end of the game and it has to take like 10 1-second turns, but like your opponent will take more than a second, so it's just not viable. And then there was another guy who I think all 6 rounds at Albany went to time and won on breakers. With the deck that's just good at winning on breakers or something like that. I don't know. I didn't play against him. This is just what I heard.
Either way, I think we all...
Was it Albany? No, it wasn't Albany. It was PAX. That one.
I feel like the time rules have been discussed extensively and what's wrong with them elsewhere. So let's talk about game 1. The question I have for you both is the mystery that we were talking about in commentary is how long was Dave holding the Reclaim by Nature, and how long was Jfilipeg holding the Eden's Jar? Because we knew you both had them somewhere, and we were trying to.
I remember exactly when I drew it, but it was in my hand effectively the whole game.
Yeah. I felt like that, and Ethan's jar came in the end. So, yeah.
Obviously, we were speculating. We were wondering what you'd put into the master plan, whether that was.
Yeah, the purging to burst was a good play there. I was hoping I would be able to stop in Untamed with the tree, and then go Shadows the following turn. But that got way above there, so that was a good play.
Yeah, I think Jay played a pretty as well as he could play to be in a position to win, because he could have made a couple of different play choices that would have left him in a much worse spot. So I think he played pretty great against you. He continues to be the Demon Slayer, I guess is what we're gonna call him, because he takes out Shaka, now he takes out Dave, like one of the best Triad players in the world. Jay, man, you're putting a name on yourself.
I'm not one of the best. I just like it.
I think you're one of the best. I could say you're one of the best.
You always want someone else to say that you're one of the best. You never want to have to say this yourself.
Yeah. But,
sure, I guess this is why we keep Jupiter around.
Yeah. I know a lot of people. I've seen a lot of Keyforge.
I'll say it too. I think it's the first time I beat Dave on a Triad match.
You used to beat me all the time in KFE, but there was no Triad back then.
Yeah, the Keyforge events. This is OG stuff right there for you folks. He's bringing back some of the nostalgia, like the originals. But Jay, congratulations. We're gonna give you guys your parting words.
One quick question. Sorry. If Saves This Game kind of had like an extra 5 minutes on it then, and Caruso gets the win, and you come to your final matchup, kind of like, how do you see your final matchup going between the two of you? Kind of like, what were you both envisioning was going to happen from your testing and such?
Yeah, yesterday, I know that yesterday was Friday, but I went to the local church, and I prayed a little bit for the customs office to come early, and by nature to come late. But it would be a fair matchup, I think.
Yeah, that one was really close. And I felt like the game plan of Leader was slightly favored against Countess, but due to the customs office and the grasping vines, there were a lot of very awkward draws that could happen. So I don't remember exactly what the percentage was, but I think I was winning slightly over half of those, but it was very close.
Yeah, the games, if you got the autoencoder early and took advantage with that, I think the late shadows with a good ransack or bad pennies ransack combo, it made a difference, a big difference there. But yeah, that would be a good matchup. For sure.
Well, I was gonna say I'd have to say that your prayers may have been answered for the custom office. They may have been granted, but I think that the payment for that was the early oubliette purge from that one day, because that would have made I would have tilted hard on that. I don't even think I would come back from trying to figure out a line on that, because that seemed to be backbreaking.
Yeah, we were wondering whether if that oubliette survives the Bornet's touch, whether that does mean that there's a chance Jfilipeg sneaks that game, because obviously there were times where there were guys in the discard pile and you didn't necessarily have the ability to zoom things. Obviously we're not sure. So
when I tested it, it was like consistently able to purge one Edi before losing, so I don't know. It's just the deck doesn't shuffle that fast.
No, I was expecting a oubliette, Nepseed oubliette at some point, but obviously it never materialized. Yeah,
that would be the line. So if the worst card to be, so oubliette was a good pick, or the second best pick, I think, there. But if he didn't get my Arise, I felt I still had a chance. Just because of time rules. And
True. And I, to be honest, completely forgot that we do individual games, not like the whole thing like Triad usually is.
Oh, yeah.
True,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
that
type-
makes a difference. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, we did that just so that like there would be better third games, because in the first season when we had 3 games, like we tended to have the third game be really rushed, and so we didn't like that. So that's why we did the choices we made. Always adjusting. We'll see what happens season 3. Inputs are welcome. Feedback is always welcome. But we're gonna move on now, and thank you guys for a wonderful game. But we have a Lorenzo versus Dammat game that we got to run a clip for the decky valves and stuff like that, and get into that. So hopefully you stick around for that in the chat. And if you have questions for Dave or Jay, they both lurk, so feel free to throw them up in chat. I'm sure they can answer what maybe we didn't ask them. But we'll be talking to you guys again next week for sure. So Jay, you'll be in the finals against either Lorenzo or Dammat. Dave, you will be in the game against the other for the third place in the money. So
I didn't realize we were doing a third place playoff. That's kind of cool.
yeah, because there's a third place cash prize of $150 this season.
To keep us interested.
Yeah, yeah, you guys are the
That's
first.
fair enough. But I've seen.
It's to stop me from focusing on ABR for another week. It's a slick plan, Jupiter. Slick plan.
Hey. I'm not trying to hate on ABR. I love ABR. But yeah, so we'll see you guys next week. So Jay, who do you want to see in the finals?
I
Yourself.
don't know. I'll have to play each player would be very hard. I got to admit that Dammat's lineup is very, very scary.
Yeah.
And
You're
Lorenzo has a
Yeah,
really
it's
cool deck that I'll have to practice against it.
well, let's get over to these games, get it started, so you know what you should be practicing. But again, thank you guys all. Me and the Screech Bomb guys will be back shortly. We're going to run this video, get a break, get some water, and come back, and we'll get back into live commentary. Get the guys set up, and we'll get moving on this last game of the week. But hopefully you guys are having fun. You stick around. Don't forget, on May 22nd, we do have this event coming up where it is sealed Dark Tidings Best of 3. I hope to see you guys in. There are points to be gained, remember, and the points, there is a special prize that I was talking about earlier on a little bit, giving guys a hint with the Archon altars that have been added to the promotion screen for it. But if you check your points, the top point getter will get a special secret prize. We won't tell you what it is, but Archon altars is being advertised there, so I guess that's a good enough clue. But anyway. All right, so let's get into these games. Thank you guys again. You guys have any parting words for your fans?
Just thanks for having us on.
Oh, man, you guys are the
thank
best.
you, and good luck for next week, Dave.
Good luck, and you got to win the finals.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, so thanks, guys, and we'll be back shortly. Enjoy this.
See ya.
Enjoy this deck valve.
Yeah.
So we're gonna run the deck eval real quick. I'll get back on with the Screech Bomb guys, and we will be back. But until then, enjoy this this intro that we have set up here for the Lorenzo Dammat. So the Screech Bomb guys are back, an affiliate of the Crazy Killing Machine Network. Deck evaluations. This is So the Screech Bomb guys are back to do the next set of deck evaluations between Dammat96 and Lorenzo. First look is at Lorenzo's triad.
All right, here we have what Google Translate tells me is Violent Valley Agent Randolph. And it is some very good all-round Worlds Collide. Pretty much has everything you would want in a deck between sort of Ember control, board clear, artifact control, efficiency. Let's start with the efficiency, because I like talking about that. You have the double leader setup, so Val Jericho and Zenzik.
It is a two-party system indeed.
So you can get some ridiculous plays out of that in of itself. And that's before you even throw in the sort of double quant, the Tabor, the Morpheus for some extra big plays from, say, your Information Officer Grey or your Frains in the Star Alliance. So you're just going to be able to do a lot of things on a turn and also go through your deck pretty consistently.
Yeah, even outside the Star Alliance, you've got stuff like Ronnie Wrist Clocks, which can do that. And One interaction that I've never actually seen done is what happens if you play a Jog Goggle with a Morpheus? Does it put 2 cards under it? I'm not sure.
I think it does put 2 cards under it, but when it's destroyed, you can only do one of them.
Ah, that's interesting. But also, like, say, an Edai is a great one to kind of archive 2 cards instead of 1. One slight
Absolutely.
non-bow is Bren the Fanatic with a Morpheus is not good. You do not want to give your opponent 2 Ember.
Ideally not, no. The deck, I've also seen, more than it looks like it should, it's very good at pushing the opponents into the TMTP scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of ways to just keep nudging them below 6, forcing them to go quite high, at which point you've probably used a reasonable amount of archiving to put away TMTP and one other card, be it Ronnie or Trust No One.
Yeah, it's got like quite just a few like kind of like big, hard to remove cards that can steal 1 or 2 from your opponent and just make that awkward. So it's got like a couple of Yancey gangs that are kind of hard to get rid of. You've got a Break a Hill you can put between some of these, be like, oh, I have to get rid of that now. You've got like your J Vinder, which if your opponent has any like little tiny things, can deal with that. Your Frames. It's just like loads of little ways where you're just like, oh, this is just awkward. Another thing we've seen done very effectively is kind of a bit of a dance between the leaders where I've seen it before where he's started with Zens in the middle, shifted it so Jericho is in the middle at one point so he can play a card out of house, then managed to get Zens back in the middle before the end of the turn to still get that card draw in a way that is very impressive and very skillful.
Yeah, comboing often with the Quintrino Flux to take out a Brend and then leave Zens back in the middle for some particularly ridiculous turns. I can't exactly remember which match it was, but I think there was an interaction with Brend and Zenzik, which has led to our absolute highest reaction.
It was
we were both like
definitely
losing it.
Yes, we definitely did. But it's just like the more you look at this deck list, the more you just see that the little really clever interactions, like Twin Bottle Mission and Anomaly Exploiter, great little combo. Like
we've seen those Anomaly Exploiter get used with the Tabor as well. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a kind of like just like stuff that you just even then like kind of like just hitting like even just like being able to hit your Brend with both your mugs can work out really well. And obviously like the Brend and the Team TP or the Brend and a Ronnie Wrist Clocks where you put your opponent just 1/6 that they kind of stayed at to try and stay a bit safer, then you're stealing 2 anyway by doing that. And it's just really sneaky little things that work really effectively.
Yeah, and as a result, you have all of the answers, so can pretty much adapt the deck to whatever it is you need to do to win the matchup in front of it.
Mm-hmm. And the final thing is that just this even further is because you've got like Jericho and the ability to play kind of cards out of house, then in that case you just kind of like say you can play a Jericho and a Frayne, and then you can like say like more safely play that Brend because you can like capture that stuff away. The deck just kind of like works so well together, and it's really a sight to see. It's hard to explain it in words. It's something you kind of have to be seen to be believed almost.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see it go off.
The deck we have now is Odin E Lagasivo.
A deck that has been banned 7 times thus far, and I think we can very quickly establish why. Because you have triple Control of the Weak just straight off the bat.
So not the Key of Darkness.
Not the Key of Darkness, no. It's the 40 Thas Dis that I think might have something to do with it.
Oh, the Control of the Weak, the pot.
Yeah, and you also have the ability to recycle these Control of the Weaks by reshuffling your discard into the deck with the help from Future Self or with the Novu Archaeologist. And so you can get a situation where you phase shift in a Control of the Weak and immediately then archive it from the discard pile.
Mm-hmm. You can indeed, and it's another Hamburg Atlantean deck that you kind of have the focus of the Control of the Weak, and even inside this you've got more useful things. You've got Double Dusting with a Key to Dis can be a great combo. You've got kind of you've got Succubus, which if your opponent can't get rid of really early on, can be so damaging to your opponent by just constantly having to draw less cards every turn.
Yeah, especially if you're house locking them at the same time, they can't find an answer.
Yeah, and of course, like in the logos, you've said the Help Future Self is great, but let's not kind of do as a service to the Time Traveler, which kind of the OG value cards with gain an Ember, draw 2 cards. And also just really useful cards here too. So Dysania, great against say an auto encoded. Mother giving you that extra card draw. Scrambler Storm, kind of like before stealth mode is cool, we had Scrambler Storm, and in this deck it's very cool.
Just adding to the control, as well as potentially securing yourself a key by just stopping them from playing any answers.
Mm-hmm. And I think last but by no means least, we'll talk about the shadows, which like isn't the best shadows you'll see for a Kota deck, but still has some super useful stuff. So double miasma, especially with things like the interdimensional graft, means that you can really slow down your opponent and really kind of force your opponent into a difficult situation where they're like, I can't make more Ember because they're going to graft me, but I'm just going to like kind of stop myself for 2 turns while they're hitting me with miasmas and just presumably doing other annoying things with the shadows in like pawn sacrifices, poison waves, silent daggers on things, and just kind of generally making your life a bit of a misery.
Yeah, it's not the sort of big steal that we often see in shadows, but it is just very irritating. Mm-hmm. It's just going to make your life much harder than it needs to be, and it was already going to be pretty difficult with the stack.
It definitely was. Yeah, it's another deck that is just solid. Right, it's it's not flashy, it's not big, it's not clever, but it just kind of like does everything so well, and then can use the control of the weak, just kind of put in the screws and just kind of like eventually stop your opponent stopping you from forging and get you the win.
Yeah, the only time he's got to play it was against someone who used to knows the person who used to own this deck, and so thought he had a handle on it, and I believe it did not go well for them.
He did not have a handle on it. It did indeed fly off the handle. So this deck is Specialist Sandstorm Greifswald, and this deck is one of my favorite decks. I love it so much because this deck, we have said many a time, this deck is Nope in cardboard form.
Just, if you want to do a thing, it will have a way to stop you from doing that.
It does indeed. Want to steal? Vault Keeper says no. Want to use your cards? Skippy Time Slog says no, and there's 2 of them.
Yeah,
Want to choose what house you want to play? Mark of Dis says no. Oh, you forced a key. Break key. No. Want to have like Ember spread around on various Saurian creatures in a really useful way? Equalize is going to stop you doing that.
Yeah, you have an opposition research as well if you want to reap a bunch.
Mm-hmm. Purifier of Souls. You want to use Destroyed Effect? No.
So just on top of all of this massive amounts of irritation and disruption, you have 114 effective power, 23 creatures with, I think, 9, 10 of them in Sanctum?
Yes. You're going to have a big horde of big Sanctum boys who are just going to punch you until it hurts real, real bad.
You have to find a way to deal with the huge board beyond the other things you have going on.
You do indeed.
And the enhancements in this deck are very numerous. There is 21 of them, which is just a lot of value in of itself, and lead to some massive Logos turns, because you have the Cronus, but then a lot of the things that you would want the draw on are Logos cards, and you have a Cronus with a draw on it, a Sloppy Lab Work with 2 draw pips on it, and then a Daughter with a draw pip on it as well. So it just enhances all of that card draw you get and really brings it to a higher level.
It does indeed. And like the damage pips are nothing to sniff at as well, especially when you have that Maleficorn, just kind of like taking out wards. If you Mark of Dist something, you can then just finish off with those damage pips. And also one thing we saw them use very effectively last game was we had a deck that had kind of like 3 Coward's Ends, and he used them to damage his own creatures and keep them alive. So the versatility of this deck cannot be understated.
And again, we just see a very adaptable deck that can be played differently in different circumstances, whilst also causing your opponent a whole bunch of problems.
It's a deck that seems like it should be vulnerable to board clears, but even in that, we've seen it still be very effective. Like we've seen like a lot of creatures die, and then the deck just kind of like raises itself from the dead and keeps on trucking like some kind of Frankenstein's monster. Yeah,
just from the sheer number of creatures and the draw that they get as well. It's gone 7-2 in the KFPL, and he took it all the way through the Archon qualifier to get here in the first place. So clearly operates at a very high level.
It most certainly does. Yeah. as I say, it's one of my favorite decks because I'm very much a person who likes to stop my opponent doing things, who likes to kind of like I say, lock them in a cage of sadness. And this may be one of the best jailers I've ever seen of the cage of sadness, and Lorenzo does very well to put them there.
One of my favorites too, but only because I don't have to ever actually play it.
Now the boys take a quick look at the decks Dammat has brought with it.
The deck we have here is K. Miller, Eminenza di Peclamite.
The Eminence itself. And yeah, we've talked about this before, and I think we describe it as distilled Kota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the vodka of Kota. This is kind of 100 times purified into the purest form of Kota Rush.
Been refined at great length, and this is the result. So you have the draw in the logos, where you have 3 mothers, 2 sloppy lab works, and a lab work, and a Ganymede Archivist, and a Wild Wormhole, and a Library of Babel. Just so many cards on any given turn, as well as an interdimensional graft if your opponent gets a whole bunch of Ember.
As if you didn't need enough. If you needed any help generating Ember, the interdimensional graft has just been like, oh, you've made a lot of Ember. That'd be a shame if anything happened to it, and it takes it.
Particularly good in a rush deck, because obviously it just pins your opponent back in this race that's going on.
Exactly.
Then we have the Shadows, which is all steely steel. You've got a Fagin with 3 Urchins. You've got a Nerve Blast. You've got 2 Ghostly Hands, as well as a bunch of other useful tools like a Lights Out, a Mesa Asp, a Shadow Self. So we're just going to steal a whole bunch.
Yeah, the Fagin with 3 Urchins is great, but I think the thing with this deck is it goes so quickly. The chances of you ever like needing to reap with a Fagin to bring back another Urchin and having not already just kind of like dashed ahead and got the win doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like you have a need to take 2 Shadows turns.
No, exactly. But it's also kind of stuff that is just useful outside that. So like a Shadow Self, especially when you've got kind of like the Untamed that you've got. If you can get a Shadow Self turn 1, put a couple of Hunting Witches next to it that early on, that can lead to some brutal turns.
Or just stick Mothers next to them to make sure you have constant 8 card hands.
Indeed. Also, Lights Out, great against, like, say, a Saurian matchup, which can sometimes be, like, problematic with this kind of thing. You know, Saurian's got quite a few ways of kind of raising key cost, whether it's kind of Worlds Collide with some Retta Galims, or whether it's Mass Mutation with a Faust the Great. Really good at this kind of, like, sending those back to hand and getting that Ember off them that someone's can be lured away.
Yeah, and then we have the Untamed, which we're pretty sure could forge at least 2, if not 3 keys in 1 turn if you have the right set of cards.
One of these days I will do the maths on it, because it's just got everything that you want. You know, it's got your 2 Hunting Witches, it's got a Flaxia, it's got a Choda Hazari, it's got double Nature's Call to bring it all back and play it again. And it's also got a key charge just in case you can't find your Choda Hazari. Just brutal stuff.
So it's just going to generate obscene amounts of Ember very quickly and forge your keys before your opponent knows what hit them.
Yeah, the only thing that this deck is really limited by, and it's not a big limitation, is kind of creature control. But I think this deck is just so much like, well, if you're making a board, that means you're not stopping me winning. So do what you like with your board. I don't really care. I'm just going to keep.
I see. Ember. I see you're playing creatures. Well, instead I generated 12 Ember.
Exactly.
We'll see how we go.
We will indeed. I just say, this deck is, I think, possibly one of the best Kota decks you will ever see, and I don't know what its winning record is, but it's either been banned or pretty much won almost all of its games, and you can certainly see why.
He's 4-1, and it's been banned 4 times. The fact this hasn't been banned more than that, I think, speaks to the quality of the other decks.
It definitely does. Okay, the deck we have here is B.E. Wadsworth, Arcier dello Skepticismo.
The Archer of Skepticism. And starting with the Saurians, for once we don't see Trix Emperor as a combo. Instead, we have Cincinnatus Rex and Gold Spiral.
Oh well, yeah, but much less terrible then. We also, yeah. Notably have a Scutum with that as well. So if you're piling up all that Ember on that Cincinnatus Rex, like most people will be with a Sin Spiral combo, you can just make sure that doesn't go back to your opponent's pool after your Cincinnatus Rex gets extincted.
We've also seen it combo very well with the Philophosaurus, because you're also able to then cycle through the rest of your deck whilst you're generating huge amounts of Ember with the Spyrex combo. And the Tribute Pompatus makes things real big too.
Yeah, and it's also if you don't want to put the Scutum on that Synthesis Rex and you can just kind of like let it live a turn, then suddenly you've got too much to protect to hit your opponent with, and just kind of take all that amber you just made, take it all back, put it in your pool, keep it nice and safe and warm for them.
Yeah, and you have a very interesting combo that I've yet to see, which is the Rigged Lottery combined with the TMTP.
Ooh, yeah, very true.
Play that against another Shadows deck, give them a couple extra, and then TMTP them.
Yeah, Rigged Lottery is a card that we've seen in the deck, but we've seen it discarded quite a few times in the run-up, just because a lot of the time the opponent's not been playing Shadows, and there's been kind of too much risk of kind of discarding useful things, whether that's, say, a Hawk, whether it's a TMTP, whether it's, say, like your Synthesis Rex or your Golden Spiral.
Yeah, and the deck requires incredibly careful management on that front, right? Because you have several combo pieces, the Rigged Lottery, and also double Fair Game.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very unusual, and I don't think I've seen another deck with 2 Fair Games in.
I don't think I've seen another deck with 1 Fair Game in, let alone 2.
I've got one. It's all right.
I think in the KFPL rather than...
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I don't think I have seen one in the KFPL either. But yeah, so you have the risk of giving your opponent huge amounts of Ember, but potentially getting Ember yourself, but you have to discard the top card of your deck. So it's very risky many times, but it combos very well here with either the Evil Eye to rack up the key cost, or the Exhume to bring back perhaps a Ronnie Wristlocks.
Yeah, Ronnie Wristlocks is kind of the classic one to bring back. That's when you see a lot. Autowhack, though, I could actually see in some circumstances, if your opponent's playing a particularly steely deck, bringing back Autowhack to kind of mess with that is very, very good. One thing that's kind of like notable here is you have the Bren, the Fanatic. You've got some ways of killing it, but they're not the most reliable.
Yeah, you're pretty much relying on either some sort of Harbinger hit. The best one that we've seen most consistently is the Spike Trap.
Mm-hmm. It is, yeah.
Obviously, that does require a little bit of setup in advance.
Yeah, and no safety numbers can do it, but you do need to have both your Ronnie Wristlocks down too, and that means you have to have all 3 Shadow Creatures in the deck down, which can be difficult to do. And also, obviously, you kind of like may affect other creatures you have on the board, whether that's kind of like Buzzles, whether that's some of your smaller Saurian creatures like Aquesta Jata. But sometimes, if you've got a lot of Ember stacked up on your Saurian creatures and then you want to be TMTPing that, you don't mind no safety numbers in your whole board.
Yeah. It's a very interesting, kind of unusual deck that I think really rewards exceptionally careful piloting. And we've seen Dammat, particularly last round, but also rounds before this, manage the hands and manage the cards very precisely to get the outcome he wants.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I was commentating that game, and there was at one point where Dammat went to like a massive amount of Ember, and I think both me and my co-commentator Eric at the time were like, he's overextended here. That's a crazy amount of Ember to go to. Like, I don't know why he's done that. His opponent clearly has a graft. His opponent grafted him, and he just calmly played Evil Eye, played Exhume to bring Ronnie Wristlocks, and his opponent went from I think 11 or 12 Ember to having forged and only being left with maybe 1 or 2, and Dammat went on to win, I think, either the turn after or the turn after that, and it was just kind of like this thing of the skill with this deck kind of is so good that it kind of elevates it even higher than it already is with how good a deck this is.
Yeah, and he did a very similar thing in the same game where he had 2 Fair Game in hand, played one and discarded the other, having sort of done the calculations of, this is about how much Ember I needed, about how much Ember I can risk. And so I'll play 1 Fair Game and not both.
He did, yeah. I'd say just a masterful player and just excellent with this deck. So the deck we're looking at now is Lila la Special de la Biblioteca Ballerina.
The special of the Ballerina Library.
Mm-hmm.
This is just very good all-round mass mutation that, with 24 speed and a huge amount of cycling, is going to go through all of its available tools very, very quickly.
Yeah, the speed can't be kind of undersold with this deck. You see the Dark Ember Ball, and you're like, okay, that's going to make it pretty fast. But then you're like, only 8 mutants, can't be that quick. No, this deck is blisteringly quick, because you also have an auto-encoder, you have a transporter platform to kind of keep bringing stuff back and playing stuff again.
Yeah, so potentially you transport a platform as subject Kirby, so play it, draw with the Dav, play another creature, get it back, play it, draw with the Dav, play another creature. You've got double New Frontiers to just pick out things you might want and cycle, double Q-Mex with a Lethal Logica, all sorts of speed shenanigans.
And no less than 7 draw icons too, just to kind of beef that up even further.
and an Ensign El Samra to potentially use a bunch of them just out of hand.
Exactly.
Your Amber Control is pretty decent. It's not the biggest in the world, but you just play it multiple times, right? So you've got double bow and a rad penny, as well as things like little bits and bobs, right? So a Titan Engineer, a sort of Observy Max for a bit of capture, and potentially a very large Adaptoid.
Yeah, it's also just worth knowing with this deck as well that like the little Ember Control seems small, and is just how many times you can play your Ember Control pieces. So whether that's kind of bow and eye things, whether that's rad pennies, you can just kind of like keep going through churning your deck so quickly, and potentially like setting up an archive of just like things that you don't need now but you might need later. And you can just kind of keep just playing, like thinning your deck out a bunch and just play the really useful things.
Yeah, your creature control's decent. You've got a bouncing Death Quark with the sort of double QMX Rad Penny, so things you don't necessarily mind cycling a lot. You've got a Red Alert, you've got a Lights Out. So just generally speaking, you will have creature control answers where you need them.
Yeah, I think we can't talk about this deck without talking about the two perplexing sophistries, which Dammat used to incredible effect in the previous round against a Heart of the Forest deck.
Was just able to rule of 6 perplexing sophistries, having his entire deck in hand and just wiping out this opponent's hand every single turn. And whilst we probably won't see that again, it is just very powerful to be discarding and drawing cards with that much regularity. The fact that you can give your opponent one less card and you one more card is just so powerful.
It definitely speaks to the kind of familiarity that Dammat has with this deck too, just kind of like knows exactly what to do with this deck, how to use it, and is really kind of like just kind of knows all the nooks and crannies and all the outs and ins that you can use to great effect.
Looking forward to it.
Indeed.
Alrighty then, so that looks like the end of the video, and we're getting ready to go. I have the guys online in the Discord ready to shoot out, and it's going to be a fun game as we get ready to go. I got Baron Von Fabulous and Callum back with me.
Hey, they've already started.
They've already started, so you might want to get in there as quick as possible, mate.
Why did they start already?
I don't know, but Dammat is 1 key up, and on 7 Ember, we've got a Dodger on the board, and we've got 2 Mothers and a Flaxia on Dammat's board. So
they need to restart. That's bullshit. I'll say that live.
We have seen one control.
Tell them to stop.
I mean,
you should do that.
Yeah, I'm not.
Tell them to stop. Tell them I said stop. Like the password isn't even working to get into their game.
It's capital K.
Capital K.
And then the rest is lowercase. So we have 2 keys to Dammat.
Yep. And Lorenzo on 1 though, so has just played the Graft as well, but only got 2 out of that.
We are still missing some controller weeks.
We are indeed, and we can see a Reap the Flaxia, the Hunting Witch though, and Snuffgate coming down. Nature's Call. Turn a fair bit, so it could be a
We have not seen the Chota.
We've not, and there it is. We'll get your first game to Dammat.
Just turning up right at the very end.
Yep.
And K Miller outruns the controller weeks.
Yeah, 6 minutes. Dammat winning in short order after 7 turns, I believe that was. Yep. And just unfortunately, we missed a fair bit here, but I'm just going to go through what happened here. It looks like we had a fairly slow start, so we had like Logos and Untamed, but then we kind of got we've got one control week out of Lorenzo into Shadows, but it looks like a big turn for Dammat using that to take 2 ghostly hands, Reap with a Silvertooth, going straight on to check for his first key.
Yeah, and then we didn't see another control of the week for the rest of the game.
No, and we saw, the first key forged by Dammat very quickly. Then the second key is a key charge, Scarred and Nature's Call to return Dodger and Succubus to Lorenzo's hand, play a Flaxia, get Dammat Ember. And then Dammat just kind of like built from there, really, just playing cards, getting Ember, making a big old hand. And unfortunately, Lorenzo's just not having a response.
I mean, you can see the situation at the end, right? You've got 2 mothers that are just on the board, giving him 8 card hands to play with.
Mm-hmm.
And they stuck for a couple of turns. They stuck through turn 6. They stuck through... and then turn 7, the game is over.
Yeah.
Turn 7, he went from 0 Ember to forging a key by playing.
This is what we've said about Miller, though, in the past. We've always said with this deck that this deck can just win. And there are some lineups for this deck where your opponent can't do anything about it. And I feel like this is what happened in this game. You just kind of got the right cards in the right order, and Lorenzo's deck just couldn't keep up with the pace of Ember, the pace of the key cheats, and just, it's definitely a thing we said with K Miller. This is why we call it the vodka of Kota.
Game wrapped up in about 6 minutes, I think. That was very short order. So game 1 goes to Dammat.
It does indeed.
Even Leo missed the first 3 turns, so...
Yeah, so we have some very quick key points. I mean, that's Kota. That is what the decks are like in a number of different circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably, like Lorenzo's got 15 cards left in his deck. It's only had 7 turns. And so presumably control the weeks and the recycling with the help from Future Self just not showing up in time. And Miller going from 0 to a key with Shoda in 1 turn.
Indeed. So I'm going to go to the second game. Apologies for missing the first game.
Yes.
Both players just too eager to start and didn't quite wait around us, but we'll have the full second game, which I think hopefully will last a bit longer than the first game too. So
Jfilipeg saying that as an impartial viewer, both should be disqualified.
No. Leo said he missed the first 3 turns of the game as well. So they're like, well, we asked if we could start and nobody answered. I was like, that's a good sign for a no. Like, you shouldn't start. But anyway, can't change it. I'm not gonna take back the game, but it's
going to need a significant fight back from Lorenzo here. But we are going to be seeing Lorenzo on the bottom screen playing B.E. Wadsworth, Alcier dello Schetisimo. If there are any Italians watching, I apologize for my pronunciation. Wrong deck.
They're both playing Wadsworth. Lorenzo having that deck on his TCO account.
I was thinking that. I was thinking, wait a second.
For some reason, I wonder why.
I can't imagine why.
I wonder why he might have that deck on.
I'm sure it is just shits and giggles. I was thinking, I was like, wait, this is the deck that Matt plays. Some shenanigans up in here. Shenanigans, I say.
Obviously, just a little bit of insight into the overall testing process.
Indeed.
Where sometimes people do just play a deck to get an idea of how it works. And I'll be interested to see how much Lorenzo got from it. Because obviously, we've seen Dammat play Wadsworth a few times. And it's a very interesting deck because you have the Rigged Lottery and the 2 fair games.
Certainly not an easy deck to play at all. And Rigged Lottery is going to be interesting in this matchup where both players have shadows.
But you could definitely benefit from discarding your opponent's shadows. So obviously you got TMTP. If you can get that out of the way, that could be really big.
Mm-hmm. But now looking at here, so we have Dammat on top of the screen playing B.E. Wadsworth, Arciera dello Schetisimo. I'm sure I pronounced that terribly. And we have Lorenzo99 on the bottom of the screen. Could you tell me what deck they're playing, Callum?
They're playing Violent Valley Agent Randolph.
There you go.
Some Worlds Collide logos, Starlines Untamed.
So we are going to see, I think, then, Lorenzo wanted to go first. Are we maybe seeing the fabled chains and stuff thing that people do to swap the players?
No, because they fix it now. So
there's a manual start now.
Oh, there's a manual mode. Oh, excellent. Oh, yes, of course, from Alex Jfilipeg. Big shout out to Jfilipeg. excellent game that he had in the group stages against Gorebelly is on our YouTube channel. If you want to check that out, you really should. It's, I think, one of the best games that we've done. Absolutely incredible.
Some of the fastest keyforge I've ever witnessed.
Oh god, it was blistering. I could barely keep up. Hopefully
Yeah, I
you
didn't
guys
really
will
say
be a
much
bit
to
slower
that,
for
'cause
me.
Usually commentary Lark does play-by-play, and I will interject with some other thoughts at various points, but there was no gaps. He was just describing what was happening as quickly as he could manage.
All gas, no brakes, for sure.
And we saw that from Miller in game 1, but both of these decks have a little bit more of a game plan. We
Indeed
are
they do.
seeing a too much to protect on both sides.
Yeah, so definitely going to... But we've seen Dammat play around that kind of action before. We saw Dammat play around an interdimensional graft, similar effect, and he played around it very effectively. So we may be seeing Dammat has form here for knowing exactly how this deck functions.
Yep. On the other hand, Dammat having Lorenzo99 does not exist. He definitely does.
May have to use the old-fashioned chain method here. I'm not sure. I know there is mythical ways that I believe the Italians innovated, or maybe the Swedes, that can be done using chains and draws. There we go. The play hasn't changed.
We've done it, guys. It's a miracle.
It works.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Okay. A KFPL miracle.
Exactly.
KF Festivus.
Happy Chodamus, everyone.
Happy Chota Day.
Okay, so Lorenzo back against the wall here, needs 2 wins in a row to make it to the final.
Okay, Dammat immediate mulligan, but Lorenzo keeping his hand, so happy with that opening hand of 7. Dammat less so. And what are we going to see coming out of Lorenzo? We're going to see a Zen's turn 1.
Yeah,
I can see why he kept that opening hand.
Very clear keep. Just get yourself set up for 8 card hands for the rest of the game.
Indeed. Well, not for
the
That's got some ways of getting rid of it. He's, you know.
All right, some
a little bit. Got some time. I say that actually, not got great ways of getting rid of it, really. I mean, I think you've got the Chimer Eclipse, and that's maybe it.
The creature control in Wadsworth is okay, but not amazing.
Certainly not. And yeah, Brendan Fanatic going to come down, and Pestering Blow going to make Zen's a bit angry, but that's all he can do. So Lorenzo going to be having at least another turn of 8 card hands.
Zen's on the art does have a pretty angry face.
He does. Yeah, it's very. Yeah, he does. He does not look chuffed. Very dischuffed.
Dischuffed? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's when you're the opposite of chuffed. You're dischuffed.
I feel like we're making this up at this point.
No, it's like my granddad used to say dischuffed all the time. It's definitely a word.
I will defer.
That's our second word of the day, is dischuffed. It means when you're not chuffed. And chuffed, for any people who know what chuffed means.
You have to translate that for the non-Brits, I think.
Yeah. So chuffed is, if you're chuffed, you're happy about something. If you're dischuffed, you are unhappy about something.
Lorenzo using the Zens, just fight Bren off the board immediately.
Yeah, and discarding the Quan, wanting to keep the Zens in the middle there. And we're going to see a Golden Spiral and a Quested Jar at rapid play. Gets rid of the Golden Spiral immediately.
That's very big, because it is a Spiral Rex deck on the other side, so that is just out for the foreseeable future.
It is, and it's only 1 Golden Spiral in this deck, and importantly as well, doesn't have a Legatus Raptor, which is the other way you can kind of keep repeating that since into as Rex. So getting that so early is big. We see the second Brand coming on down. Yahtzee Gang, trusting him to steal 1 and a mug. I assume he's going to mug the Jata, but may want to get some damage on the Brand. Gets the damage on the Brand instead.
So now only needs 1 damage to kill that Brand, which you can easily accomplish in a number of different ways.
Zap will probably be the one. The second mug could also work. Twin Bottle Mission, that too. Many ways indeed. Binding Eyes, though, going to slow him down a little bit. But
certainly feels like a stronger start from Lorenzo here.
It definitely does. Yeah, I think this is maybe Lorenzo's dream start here. Ooh, fair game though. What has been discarded for both players? So we're seeing Automatic the Patrician for Dammat, and we are seeing Jar Goggle for Lorenzo. So not key cards for either player, but it does get Dammat a good couple of Ember. In the second fair game, it hits the Fetch Drones and the Ronnie Wrist Clocks. Probably not thrilled to be seeing that going away if you're Dammat.
No, definitely feel like he lost worse things there, because obviously also lost the Odawak, which could be very big in a few different circumstances in this match.
Yeah, with a lot of steel from Lorenzo. Lorenzo is going to get first blood here, get his first key. Can stop the Forge with a Yancey gang if he chooses Shadows, but also, as we said, has many ways of killing that Brand, which can also halt that progress.
Does he have any of them in hand? I don't think so.
I mean, it's no, can't ever think here. With an 8-card hand, I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Well, you have some options, right? Because obviously you can play an E-Die, which will stop him, and then ward it. You could play Garcia and the Morpheus and the Frames, or you could play a Ronnie. So all three houses capable of stopping this key here.
Yeah, I've got to think Lorenzo has a way, and that's maybe where the decision is here. He's just trying to decide, how would I like to stop this key?
Yeah, and I think go for the stop that pushes the key cost up, because obviously you're thinking about a TMTP.
You certainly are, yeah.
Potentially draw.
And it's also kind of like, in some way, you're giving it mind games at that point of being like, even if you don't have the TMTP, maybe you're suggesting to your opponent that you have it and being like, I want you to go to more Amber. Do it. And maybe Dammat kind of sees through that bluff. Maybe it's not a bluff. Maybe it's a double bluff. Maybe it's a triple bluff. Who knows how many bluffs are going on here? And we think Star Alliance is the thing. Red Alert just discarded. Psyops and Morpheus, and then Frayne going to be able to capture 2. Of course, I don't think there's no Frayne's Blaster in this deck, so probably going to see some Ember both put on Brand. So valuing just saying like, if you want the Ember back, you've got to kill my Brand. Let me steal 2. I suppose with the Odawak more comfortable doing that than you would normally be.
Also worth noting that the Morpheus sticking on the board makes Ronnie Wristlocks a very appealing prospect.
It does. Interesting one, though, is that you see both Lang and Garcia being discarded. If one was discarded, I would assume it's to keep the Zens in the middle, but could have played both of those and kept the Zens in the middle, but still chose to discard. That is an interesting one.
I think he's playing around no safety in numbers.
Very, 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 very clever there. Yeah, I think that probably is true.
Doesn't want more than 3 creatures of any one house on the board.
Certainly not. Well, I suppose Shadows he doesn't mind, because if you use no safety numbers, that Brand is going to go off. But yeah, I think that's very true, actually. That is probably the reason why he did that. Very astute, Callum. He's going to see now, we're going to see the Purge that Quested Jar to ready with that Buzzle, allow a Reap, plays the Buzzle, purges another Buzzle, reaps with the Buzzle, Harbinger of Doom.
So just going to 6.
Indeed.
Harbinger of Doom sticking on the board, but obviously problematic with the Brand.
It certainly is. But that Brand, I mean, I guess the thing with that Brand is that you can knock Dammat off check with the Brand, but it's not the best. The thing with putting Ember on a thing like Brand is it kind of reduce the effectiveness of the Brand when you destroy it, because you're only going to give them that 1 Ember swing rather than the 3 that it would normally give. Reduces the E-Die, though, to knock Dammat off the check. Cards a Quant, Hologramophone, going to ward. The Harbinger of Doom, very clever. So valuing his board and thinking, I don't want you to have any easy way of killing this Harbinger. Put a ward on it. Say, if you want to clear my board, you're going to put some effort into it.
And yeah, Zen's still sticky in the middle, as it has done for most of the turn so far. So it has been playing with an 8-card hand for a lot of this.
And there we go, Dis for Dammat. Oh, but of course, could use the Buzzle to pop that ward off the Harbinger and then still fight the Harbinger into something, say, a Yancey
That
gang.
is true. So it doesn't quite do the deal.
And I believe that's what we're going to see here. Yeah, it removes this ward token. So some clever play from Lorenzo, but I think maybe just forcing Dammat into playing that Dis turn to get rid of it.
Yeah, we are going to see if we're not finished with you, so it's probably going to put back a Ronnie
and a Brand.
A Brand.
Yeah, but
not
Lorenzo...
the Odawak, interestingly.
No, it does not. And Dammat, once again, on check, and Lorenzo on 5, not quite at check, but I'm pretty sure he'll be there very soon. As you see Star Alliances to play. Captain Val, Jericho.
Part 2 of the 2-party system.
Indeed.
Finally dealt with the Zens, and then Val Jericho has dropped her to an empty board.
Yeah, and Frayne going to catch onto that Yancey gang.
And this is what's so brutal about Randolph as a deck, right? Is that you have this TMTP, and it's so good at keeping you off check. It has all 3 houses can do it, and just force you to try and go higher, and just draw you into that TMTP. Meantime, Lorenzo is on 1 key and 5 Ember, and is just sort of edging his way forward.
Yeah, this is what we've seen a lot from like Hamburg Atlantean decks in general, but specifically Lorenzo's decks is consistency. And that's what this deck is giving you here. It's consistency. It's that every house can knock you off check, can deal the creatures, can have good creatures to put down, and it just means you're not having bad turns. You just keep having good turns that your opponent has to deal with. And it kind of shows, and the effectiveness is really being shown here. We do see a no safety in numbers. Does take out that CXO Tabor. I imagine those are not going to be thrilled about that, and we're going to see a spike trap from Dammat and a discard of the rigged lottery.
Interesting. So that means he either is looking for his own TMTP and hasn't found it, or he thinks that Lorenzo already has it in the archives, perhaps.
I think it's the former. I think he doesn't have the TMTP and doesn't want to risk giving Lorenzo a key. I mean, even without this, even if he has the TMTP, would give Lorenzo a key. Maybe just doesn't have the 2 bits required of a TMTP and another steal effect. Which, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't have masses of in Wadsworth. Like, you've got a Ronnie, but we've already seen one of those. We've not seen one of the Ronnies, actually.
It went back into the deck as well.
Went back into the deck, yeah. So it's got a Ronnie that's back in the deck, one would assume. And that's about it for what you have to go along with the TMDP. So maybe it just doesn't have that additional piece. See a zap here. Gonna go all on the Lilithal. Fights with the frame, takes out the Lilithal. There's the grey. Has something that you want to play out of house, presumably to get that Valterica in the middle.
Ronnie, perhaps.
Ronnie would be very strong here if he has it.
I think he does. We saw him have one for the fair game. But no, he's got a twin bolt.
And there's the Ronnie. Oh, use the grey to archive the twin bolt and then play the Ronnie.
Yes. Yeah. I can read.
That's why there's 2 of us.
Yes. Teamwork makes the dream work.
It does indeed.
And just keeping him off check again.
And there's that Sinister's Rex, but without the Spiral, much less effective. And Ottawa just a turn too late, can't stop that Ronnie from stealing. Lorenzo gets a second key. Dammat in a sticky situation here, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all.
2
keys to nothing down. Might not even get this key, because obviously you've got a Yancey gang just on the board.
Obviously, Yancey gang can't steal, though, because of the Ottawa.
True. So maybe that might be enough.
And Ottawa, hard to remove, 5 power, 2 armor. It's a big creature, and I don't think Lorenzo has any way to remove that in shadows. I don't think. The one thing he could do if he has a mug left, he could mug the Ottawa, which obviously would mean no longer has any ember on it, and allows him to steal again.
Yeah. Maybe a world where you can Quintrino Flux? No, that doesn't work.
Quintrino Flux, you would have to destroy your Jericho and your Yancey gang, which would then give Dammat a key, so not ideal.
Doesn't work. Let's take some time to think about this now.
If he has shadows, and if he has the mug, which with only 4 cards left in the draw pile isn't outside the realm's possibility, I could see mug the Ottawa, Yancey to steal Hawk, destroys the Spike Trap, J-Vinder, gets Jericho in the middle. Hologramophone is played. There's the mug, and I'm going to see Yancey gang.
Steal 1.
Yep, gets himself to check. Reap with the Ronnie.
Been just a brutal setup of the TMTP lock that you get, where Dammat's never been able to just burst forth and get a huge amounts of ember, because it's just been little bits taken every time. I'll be very curious to find out later if he actually had it at any point. Or whether he's just bluffing the whole time.
Yeah, I think it's one of those theories of sometimes you just have to go screw it and play as if the person doesn't have it. Other times you have to play as if the person does, and we see the TMTP here and the Ronnie. And I think if you the response I always look at is say, like, if the worst does happen, do I have a response? And I think here is what we're going to see Lorenzo have that response of having a TMTP of his own.
Yeah, the problem is that also with the Spike Trap Hawk, she doesn't have a good way to take out the Brend that's coming as well. So Lorenzo
is not very astute. And that's a no safety numbers gone too, which would have been the other way. So I assume we're going to see a TMTP and a Yancey gang.
Is he calling his bluff? It's gone shadows. And there it is, yeah.
Well, I mean, Lorenzo had drawn his entire deck. He 100% had TMTP there. I think it might have been Dammat kind of doing not a YOLO for want of a better word, but just kind of like just going, I'm just going to play this out.
Could have been his only way to take him off check.
Yeah, exactly. And just be like, well, I might as well play it, and just maybe it's in his archive and he forgets to pick up his archive. I feel like if he had have done that, Dammat probably would have let him pick up his archive, but just kind of play it out for the sake of it. And we see the GG from Dammat as we are going to go to game 3.
Just punching back hard from Lorenzo there.
Yeah. Well, the first game we don't really know how much punching was really done because it was knocked out before it ever happened. It might have been a one hit quitter, but with that said,
well, it was just some very quick coda essentially.
Yeah.
Happened.
So
he went from zero to Choda in one turn.
Let's just make sure that I'm looking for this game because they might start before we get in there again. But with all that said, we did do our giveaway while this game was going on in the chat. And the question for the giveaway was how many matches total before this game, obviously, has Dammat lost in Season 1 and Season 2 in the top 16? And the answer is 5. 2 in the finals to Kiwi and basically 1 here and there. But for the most part, this guy has been tearing up the KFPL. So we'll see if Lorenzo can exercise the Dammat.
And I'm going to say, even if he's knocked out here, the fact that he's made the semi-finals of this season and the final of last season in 2 different formats,
yeah, definitely enshrines him as one of the best GeForce players for sure.
Well, Lorenzo has been so far in this KFPL, he has 0 losses up until today in the top 16. So, because he was actually undefeated going in the top 16, he hasn't dropped even a single game. So, interesting enough.
Okay, well, here we go into the final game. We have Dammat96 on the top of the screen playing BE.
Hold on, I'm looking for it. Tell him not to go until I'm not in there.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah, they're waiting. Don't worry. It's all lowercase this time.
I see a locked game with just Lorenzo.
You might have to refresh it.
Yeah.
You might, yeah. Dammat is definitely in here, but just for once we get in, you're going to see Dammat96 on the top of the screen once again playing BE Wadsworth, Arciere dello Schettissimo,
There they are.
and Lorenzo on the bottom of the screen playing Odin L'Aggressivo.
So I think perhaps the question here is, when did these Control the Weeks come out? Because they seemingly came far too late in game 1. And also, does it have the board control, I think, to deal with the massive Saurians that you're probably going to get?
Certainly, and I think that's going to be the difficulty. You've got one gateway, and it's going to be crucial when you play that gateway. But here we go. So Dammat going to be first player. Assuming that's okay because we have gone ahead. Lorenzo going to be second. Haven't seen a mulligan from either thus far, but still time for that to happen, obviously. So what are your thoughts, Callum? Who do you favour in this matchup? Tough question, I know, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Do you think it's going to win? I would probably put my bet towards Lorenzo.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Control the Weak sort of lockout turns you get are going to be very hard to overcome at the best of times, and I think with Wadsworth, where you're looking to do given things at a given time, like trying to set up the sort of Spiral Rex combos or trying to hit a big TMTP, I think there's going to be just too many scenarios where you're just unable to play the turn you need to play to win the game.
Okay, so we are going to see Dammat getting a golden spiral out nice and early. So does with the poltergeist, which we're going to see immediately to get rid of it and reap with that dust imp and a Control the Weak. I think we might see Saurian as the choice here.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'd choose. Having seen the golden spiral, I'd be inclined to think there's not much Saurian in that hand, but
putting down an artifact
maybe like shadows, just because there's a lot of shadows cards you don't want to play too early. Yeah, it's shadows. And this is not a good start for Dammat.
No, that's
the second game in a row where that golden spiral has gone very early on, literally the turn it's been played.
Just probably turning off the combo completely.
Mm-hmm. And of course, that's the difficulty for putting that Ember on that Dust Imp as well. If Dammat wants that Ember back, then he's going to have to give Lorenzo 2. And it's not a great deal. If you had a card that said, had an Ember Pip on it, and you said, give your opponent 2 Ember, you're not playing that card.
Well, then, if they're reaping every turn with it does become a problem.
It does indeed. And there's Ronnie Wrist Clocks. Is the only Shadows card to play out. And this is it's the power of a card like Control the Weak, where you can just force your opponent into very uncomfortable situations. And that's what Lorenzo's definitely done here. And here's the thing. If he has a second Control the Weak here, could be looking at like first key very rapidly, potentially. But we shall see. Lorenzo having a bit of a think here. Perusing his options, trying to decide. I suppose if you're Dammat though, getting one Control of the Week out of the way early, this isn't the worst time for it to happen. You know, it's not stopping you doing a crucial turn. It's stopping your setup a bit. It's not great. You're not happy about it, but you're not devastated either.
He's not getting a key out of it.
No.
The problem obviously comes is that Logos in this deck has the ability to recycle the Control the Weeks.
And
by reshuffling them just like that.
Just call you Callum Stradamus.
Yes, that's definitely a name we should start and isn't ridiculous.
Lorenzo, gonna burst out here, gets a 6 Ember on turn 2. Sloppy lab work. You're gonna discard a bad penny. Very happy to see that go and put something in his archive. Dammat, does he have a response here? Maybe not. I mean, already played Shadows. We saw not a great Shadows turn, so may just have to give him his first key. And that's a bad fair game too. Gives Lorenzo 4 Ember from those 2 fair games and only gets, I think, was that 1 himself?
Oof. Yeah.
No, gained 4 from the second one, gained 0 from the first, 4 from the second. So both getting 4, but I feel like it's a much happier exchange if you're Lorenzo. This game could be over right quick.
And also the problem is reveals the fact that he has the interdimensional graft.
It does, yeah. And
not the sort of knowledge you want your opponent to have, or do you? I don't know.
Well, no. If you're Lorenzo, you don't want Dammat to know that you have the graph. But the thing is, though, with that information, like, what do you do with that information if you're Dammat? You're like, well, he's got the bait and switch too, so I can't go to that much. I suppose it's whether they're going to go for the Shadows turn anyway. Plays the bait and switch to steal an Ember. Plays the poison way to gain 2 from that Dust Imp. This could be just Lorenzo running away with this so quickly. Plays a pawn sacrifice too, just to gain the Ember. Miasma. Dammat's not forging anyway, but it gets Lorenzo to 10 for his second key on turn 3. That's how quick this has gone.
He's going to pay 9 Ember for it with the Evil Eye, but it's just racing away. And
with second key on turn 4 rather, this is
3 Control the Weeks
mugging.
Yeah, this is Kota for you. Like we saw it. We saw it in Dammat's favor in game 1. We're seeing it in Lorenzo's favor.
Oh, in a second, the second Miasma played with the phase shift.
Yeah, and he knows he has the graft as well.
Yeah, and you can't go higher here. Just has to just try and set up, take a fallow turn, go. Oh, this is brutal to watch. I don't know what you do here if you're Dammat. You just know how tough a situation you're in.
I mean, you try and get some sort of Spiral Rex thing. Oh, no, Spiral, sorry. Some Cincinnatus Rex things going here. So you hope to forge for 6, and you hope to get a big Saurian turn.
You do, yeah.
In a second with a lot of reaping.
That's your only option, yeah, here. And there, so he goes to Ketadis. Do we have anything like a Shula in here to stop this forge? We have Charette, could be coming up. Pit Demon. There's the Charette as well, and Stealer of Souls. This is...
So just can't go particularly far with this Rex.
I'm just saying to Dammat, you have to do the Spiral Rex turn now if you're going to do it, because I'm going to key to this next turn.
But then even with the key to this out, you can't be stacking too much Ember on things. I guess you'd only have 1 on the Spiral, on the Rex.
I don't know what you do here if you're... Well, it's not Spiral Rex, it's just Rex.
No, I know. I keep saying Spiral Rex because I'm used to this being the combo, but it's just you would get 3 extra uses. I think you would get 1 from auxiliary, 1 for the legionary, and 1 for the auto legionary.
This is the thing. I just don't know how. We hot for the key to this. Okay, that's big, but depends what he has in shadows. Pestering Blow. I assume going to hit the Pit Demon. There we go. Stops that stealing.
Get some fights in, I think.
Get
rid of Mother, get rid of...
I mean, he hasn't got anything to fight in shadows, though, with. What would he fight with?
I saw shadows. Jesus.
Ronnie Riscott's going to steal 1, and that's the second Ronnie Riscott's that's only stolen 1. Dammat does get to 7 here, so maybe he's going to get a key, but Lorenzo in a commanding position right now.
Yeah, and also there's still 3 control the weeks in the
You do.
14 remaining cards that you're gonna have to get through.
This is the thing, yeah. If you've got this here, I mean,
This is like one
it's
of those.
whether
This is like one of those. Why didn't Odin get banned? Right? Like this is kind of like in the same guise of last game. Like we're like out of all the decks, but I kind of understand it with this one because like there's 3 decks on each side that are like monsters. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, Odin didn't win the first game. It got beat. He clearly thought he could beat it at least once.
well, this deck is absolutely ridiculous.
But yeah, Lorenzo having it. And this is turn 6 as well. This game has gone from 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds. Just where Lorenzo has just been putting pressure on Dammat throughout the entire game and just not been letting up turn after turn of things that Dammat has to deal with. And it just, I don't know if he's going to be able to. This is fascinating. But Lorenzo taking a bit of time to think here. Clearly has some options in hand.
Some of the chat describing it as like a shanking in a back alley.
Mhm.
Aggressive mugging.
Indeed.
And also a conversation about the difference between biscuits in a British or American sense, but I think that's not Keyforge related.
It's certainly not.
It
Yeah,
was.
logos
It was in the
from
beginning.
Lorenzo. Spectral Tunneler, allowing to draw a card with Dr. Escatera. Reaps with the Mother. Graph just for the 1, but I suppose just thinking here, and Scrambler Storm, no action to Sania, nothing in the archive to take. But Lorenzo going to go up to 6 here. Scrambler Storm for no actions. Does Dammat have a way of dealing with this? We've already seen both Ronnies.
Some Odoax could do it.
Odoak could do it, but I think that's...
We have seen the Evil Eye.
Evil Eye wouldn't matter because he's played that Scrambler Storm.
Yeah,
OG
so I think-
stealth mode.
So I think is just taking a punt on that Scrambler Storm being enough.
If he doesn't have one of those 2 Odoacs here, his goose is cooked. Saurian.
He also could always reap with a Lilithol, I realise.
Oh, of course he could, yes. But you see, Deuce and Odoac going to count.
Okay, so there's going to be a pretty good Saurian turn here, just from the Rex alone.
I mean, the Rex, going to be able to fight and exalt, ready everything. And we have seen that, we've seen the graft go.
Yeah, so you can get easily 3 more reaps in either.
And Dammat is on his first key as well, obviously, with that graft. To allow him to forge the first key. And Dammat going to get up to a fairly high amount of Ember, I imagine. He's just going to go up to 6, maybe 7.
Considering
both miasmas from Lorenzo 2 already. Could we be seeing the thing is that we know there's at least 2 control the weeks knocking around here.
Yeah, I think you just control the week and
control the week into like Logos, probably. Not Logos, rather. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry.
Into Saurian and Gateway.
Yeah. As soon as called dis, Dammat called it for a GG. I think knowing that there was a control of the week coming. And there it is.
Indeed. That is the game there. Once again, another rapid game. Less than 10 minutes.
No time problems here.
Not at all, no. As Odin L'Aggressivo, aggressive by name, aggressive by nature, took that game by the scruff of the neck and just didn't let it go.
Lorenzo from the Hamburg Atlanteans, avenging Dammat, knocking his brother Vincenzo out of the group, going on to the final.
Yeah, it's interesting that Dammat's kryptonite seems to be Atlanteans, huh?
It gets knocked out of the KFPL by another Hamburg Atlantean. And for the 2nd season in a row, we have a member of the Hamburg Atlanteans in the final.
You do indeed, yeah.
I think probably, even regardless of the results, securing, so for me at least, their spot as one of the most successful, if not the most successful, international team.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, they've been in the finals of Copes, they've been in the finals of KFPLs. They've kind of done it all, really. They
knocked us out of a bunch of things.
There's something in the water in Hamburg. Clearly, if you want to be good at Keyforge, move to Hamburg. Is my advice. Hot takes from Baron Von Fabulous here today.
It's quite nice as well in Hamburg.
Artifact removal is good. Move to Hamburg. There you go.
All right, I'm going to try to switch over to chats and see if they want to.
That's probably better than whatever it is that we're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm going to move us over. So we're moved over to chats. I have Callum with me. I don't know. They haven't answered whether they want to get on or not. It looks like we have Lorenzo at least. Dammat looks like he's declining. So congratulations, Lorenzo.
Thank you.
Well played. Sorry
Yeah.
we missed your first game. You guys should at least wait for us to show up.
How does
Yeah,
it? How does it feel to avenge your brother?
I think the Dammat asked for streamers, and I didn't check for answer. So sorry for that.
Dammat's doing the Italian interview. So
Makes sense. I think both just excited to get going.
Yeah.
So
He's
tell
keen.
us a little bit about your thought process on your bands and stuff. Because were you surprised that he let you play Odin?
Nah. I've thought about that the evil ban Sandstorm or Odin, because Sandstorm had so much anti-steal and all of his 3 decks have shadow, so
sure.
I expected it kinda to get banned Sandstorm, which was sad because I really like to play Sandstorm, and so yeah, I expected to see a ban of Sandstorm. And my ban thought was of banning the MM Liala, I think, the MM deck, was that it has
Sorry, that's my door. Be back in a second.
a pretty good matchup against Sandstorm, and also a good matchup against Odin, because he has 2 important artifacts, and I have just 1 Poltergeist, so to get Emberwood and Encoder could be kind of hard, and I don't think I could win this, even if with this random discard. That's kind of annoying. So the band was between Liala or Dakota deck, because Dakota deck can just outrush me with what happened in the first game once after I think 6 turns or somewhat.
Yeah, we saw the
So-
tail end of it and it looked
Yeah.
brutal.
Just too fast for Odin, and so it was the band between the MM and Dakota deck, but I didn't count on the win against one of them. So I looked out for the Glide deck for the weakest point in this right lineup, just because it's not very fast and it has not so much removal, which helps me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we certainly saw that in the game where it felt like you were playing very aggressively against Dammat there. You just kind of like were getting like on check every turn, just kind of just weren't letting him get any space to maneuver and just forcing him to take you check off every turn. Was that something you kind of were trying to do actively, or was just kind of where the cards came up?
Nah, that was a part of the strategy, just to force him to go in turns, just to push for a check. So he has to play either Shadows or this, because he has in Saurian just 2 Ember controls, so 2 Odoax. So it was also the point with the control weeks. I could easily, what I did in the last game, easily force into with control week into Saurian, and if I have a check with 7 and 1 Odoax is out, I have just to win. And so I think to push for the check was the part of the strategy. So and I was kind of lucky. I in the Mulligan for 3rd game, I had a Poltergeist and I think Kotomurik and some more Dustin in my starting hand, and 3 Shadows cards, Bait Switch, Miasma. Not what you want to see in your starting hand, but I thought if he starts with a Spiral and has maybe Philo afterwards, I have some trouble. So I thought if he got the Spiral, I would have my Poltergeist, and I speculated because he held his hand. So I speculated he had either Spiral or Philo, and he did have Spiral, so I was kind of lucky to hit that. And yeah. And
Yeah, I
then
think it was-
just Odin did just Odin things.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was both games you hit Spiral the turn after he played
Yeah.
it, so that must have felt pretty good to.
Yeah. And I think
knock
I
that
did
out.
just draw a hook the turn after he played the Spiral, so both times kind of lucky, but yeah.
Well, I applaud you as you are in position to take Kiwi's seat. push him out of the way. But you still got to go through a known mariner in Jfilipeg from Portugal. So it should be a very awesome final there. And this is the first game loss you've had in the top 16 so far. So your season has been pretty successful. You've been like trucking along, and I'm very excited to see what happens in this finals as Jfil continues to I feel like he keeps making me think that this is gonna be a tough game for him, but he's just trotting along. So make sure you get your homework done with this guy.
Yeah, he had just kind of one take out the favorites so far. Yeah.
He has taken out some of the favorites. Yeah, I think a few people's bracket predictions are looking a bit messed up.
Yeah,
Mine too.
He's definitely not going to go away easily. I'll tell you that. And his preparation seems to be top notch. But I know that the Atlanteans do not come unprepared. So congratulations again. You guys are both in the money. One of you guys will get 250. The other will get 350. So bonus, but you're playing for those extra set of luxurious playstyle keys as well, and the prestige that goes with being able to say I sit upon the throne. And then for you Atlanteans, it would be only Atlanteans ever at the top of the Met board. No pressure, but Jfilipeg is here to deny that from you.
It would be kind of cool. So
he's also saying Jfilipeg's busted his own bracket twice now.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe that's a strategy. Like he just picks all the people that he thinks he can't beat, and then he goes and beats them just because. It's a win-win, right? It's like if my bracket goes on, yay. If not, hey, at least I get to play more. So who knows?
I have occasionally betted against political outcomes that I wanted to happen just for that purpose.
Yeah, my dad did that with the football. He'd bet on the team that we were playing. So then if we won, he'd be happy as we won. And then if we lost, he'd be happy as he won money.
That seems like hedging a good bet right there. But again, thanks, Lorenzo. Thank you for everything. Screech Bomb guys, you guys can say your adieus, and we'll be back next week for the finals. We'll try to get it all planned into one big show like this again. Hopefully next week you guys will wait for commentary to show up before you start your game. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been mad at all through any of the KFPL until today.
It's also the fact that it was an incredibly quick Kota game as well. Like many games, if we turned up 2 minutes late.
Well, not even Leo was in the game. He missed 3 turns, and he's Italian.
From my perspective, it was not a good game. So
you're happy that no one saw.
He's like, I'm glad that's the ghost game. It's the game I lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, but thanks again, Lorenzo, for coming on and talking with us. Do you guys have any more questions for him before I cut out?
I don't think so. No, thank you very much again. For talking to us, Lorenzo. Much appreciated.
Thank you for recording and all of that.
So if anyone wants to check out our various other recordings of the Top Cut, all the ones that were on our stream are on our YouTube channel, which you can track down at Squitch Bomb Commentaries on YouTube, including some absolute bangers from the quarterfinal. And then we've been on various other people's streams as well. We've been on Muffins' stream, we've been on this stream. Thank you to Jupiter for letting us play around with this channel.
No problem.
I just want to say a massive thank you to the KFPL in general. I think I must have commentated 30 different games of people from various different countries. I've commentated with various different people as well. It's been an absolute blast. I can't wait to see the final. It's going to be incredible, but it's been an absolute pleasure commentating everyone and seeing all these games and seeing incredible play in so many of them too. I think we're also planning on putting together a highlights reel from Screech Bomb stuff that we've commentated that should be coming up hopefully before the final broadcasts too. It's been an absolute blast though. I've absolutely loved this. It's been fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed listening to me and I haven't got tired of my voice. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to you, Jupiter. Thank you to you, Lorenzo, as well. I can't wait to see you in the final. And thank you to everyone else I've commentated on so far. It's been absolutely incredible.
I will say this, that for you people who don't know, we do have this thing called the Crazy Killing Machine Network.co.uk. There is a homepage that is now active and live, and Vaughn has done a ton of great work. And if you want to find these links, you go to this media button right here. That's Comm Officer Kirby, of course, because she's great at picking the right cards. And you see all the content collaborators. Call of the Week is coming. It's gonna be here, but she thought that Take That Smarty Pants was Call of the Week, and they're actually 2 separate channels, but they work together. So that'll be fixed soon. But the Screech Bombs are right there with their cool new icon that looks like a crazy awesome Screech Bomb. Like I can't imagine what another look for it at this point. And then you see Team Exalted, who's been super awesome and helping us out, and Muffins, of course. And quite honestly, like you're thankful for the opportunity. I'm thankful you guys came because season 1 about blew my brain when I had to do all this by myself. I said I would do it, so I did it, but it was ridiculous. I would never make that comment again. So having you guys has been wonderful, and I hope that the channels all grow because Keyforge needs more content. So that's the idea here. So this media page takes you to all our content. It also takes you to all their content as well. Like I said, take that Smarty Pants Call of the Week, kind of the same, but there is stuff on Call of the Week that will be added here. There'll be the 5th icon right here with a like ghostly hand in the Call of the Week, and Shaka and Brobnar. Awesome dudes, and hopefully we can get them in and stuff, and next season we'll have a better game plan to interact more with each other so that you guys get like a full different commentary team on a lot of the rotation, because I think it's really fun when we cross up the teams a little bit here and there. So, but Screech Bombs, Screech Bombs definitely carried the load this season. So super thanks. That's why you're here. You are always my first look to, because you've done a ton of work. And Brobnar and Shaka and Andrew, you guys have been absolutely fantastic as well as Tommy and the Exalted guys and Muffins, of course. So I love you all, as you saw in my video. But we'll be back next week, and we'll have a setup for this final 4. Same faces, different matches, money on the line, prestige on the line, keys on the line. Make sure you show up. We're gonna have a blast, and I think that I will have some Screech Bombage with me next week as well. So they didn't know this yet, but they were
gasp.
We're gonna definitely try to work that in, hopefully. So with that said. This is Jupiter from Manlius, New York, aka 5th Planet Keyforge, saying I'll catch you on the flip side. Screech Bombers.
Yep, this has been David, Baron von Fabulous Lark, saying goodbye, and I'll see you next week, apparently.
I've been Callum, the good Dr. Young. Thanks for coming. See you all soon.